try the other one.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Tom Lee. I'm the vice chair, but I'll be filling in for our chair who is running late, should be here about another 45 minutes from what I understand. This is the Town of Alton Zoning Board of Adjustment public hearing agenda. We'll be going through, it's Thursday, October 2nd, 2025, at approximately 6:02 p.m. here at the Alton Town Hall. Officially called to order. Our first business is an appointment of alternates. We have 4 members here, no alternates available, so there won't be any appointment of alternates for tonight. I'll read through the statement of the appeal process. The purpose of this hearing is to allow anyone concerned with an appeal to the Zoning Board of Adjustment to present evidence for or against the appeal. This evidence may be in the form of an opinion rather than established fact. However, it should support the grounds that the board must consider when making a determination. The purpose of the hearing is not to gauge the sentiment of the public or to hear personal reasons why individuals are for and against an appeal, but all facts and opinions based on reasonable assumptions will be considered. In the case of an appeal for a variance, the board must determine facts bearing upon the 5 criteria as set forth in the state statutes. For a special exception, the board must ascertain whether each of the standards set forth in the zoning ordinance have been or will be met. With that, Norma, any changes with the agenda?
I would just suggest we rearrange the order of the cases so that number 1, that is a continuing application, could be heard after the 2 new applications on the agenda.
Okay, and that's to get the next other board member here?
That is to get the other board member here, yes.
Okay. Any other changes on the agenda?
No.
Okay. As far as the board is concerned, as far as an approval of the agenda, somebody can make a motion if you feel we can take a vote as far as moving the agenda order.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, Paul LaRochelle, that we amend the agenda and approve it as stated from the building inspector, that case number 1 be moved to 3, 2 move to number 1, and 3 number 2.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so our first case will actually be a new application. Case Z25-35, Vining Engineering LLC, Tom Vining, agent for Thane LLC, Christian Johnson, manager. This is for map 11, lot 2813, Swan Lake Trail. It's a special exception in the residential rural zone. A special exception is requested for Article 400, Section 401D17, to permit a contractor's yard in the residential rural district. If the parties for that case Z25-35 would come forward. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. How you doing?
If you could hit the button for your mics, the light will turn green. Yeah, and if you could just pull it closer to you, it'll be great so we can get everything transcribed properly. Just give us a moment and we'll just do a final review on the application.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to accept case Z 25-35 for owner Thane LLC, Kristen Johnson, manager, agent Thomas Varney, and engineer Thomas Varney for location Swan Lake Trail, map 11, lot 2813.
And can we get a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, gentlemen, if you could just tell us your names for the record, and then we'll give you the floor.
Tom Varney, Varney Engineering.
Tom,
Christian Johnson, Thane LLC.
Good evening.
good evening. All right, Tom.
Okay, I'm with Chris Johnson and Josh Tebow. He's a civil engineer that helps me on all these plans, et cetera. Chris bought this property 5 years ago as a facility for his lawn care business. The 42-foot by 90-foot, 5-foot metal barn was existing on the property as an equipment shed for the previous owner. The barn is used for storage of lawnmowers and landscaping equipment. Several snow plows are stored outside. 5 employees meet there in the morning, go to job sites, and may or may not return during the day. No worker remains on site. Compost pile is on site for the disposal of lawn clippings and leaves. No materials are on site for sale or for use in the daily work. No sign is on the property. No septic system or active well are on the site. No electricity is connected to the building. Planning board approval is required for a contractor's yard. So we're here for a special exception to have a contractor's yard at the request of Chris. And this is on Swan Lake Trail, which is off Route 28, which is halfway between the Elm Circle and Wolfboro, opposite Lily Pond Road, before you get to Miramichi Hill Road. Swan Lake Trail has 10 it's a 10-lot subdivision. It was designed in 1987. I designed the road. This lot is 16 acres. It's the residual piece of the property. It's not really a house lot. There's no suitable attractive area for a house on it. The other properties have houses on them. The road is a town road now. This road, he has a driveway that goes in off the end of Swan Lake Trail into the land. You have to know where it's at. There's no sign there. There is a gate. The gate's open all the time, usually, I believe.
Just during the day.
During the day. And somebody built a metal building there that is like 42 feet wide, 95 feet long for restoration of tractors or heavy equipment, and then sold it to Chris, and Chris uses it for his lawn mowing business, which is, he has a big operation, I think, and he meets with people in the morning, and they leave with lawnmowers, et cetera, and go, and most of them don't come back. They meet the next morning, and nobody's around for the most part. There might be some traffic coming and going, but there's no material for sale there. There's nobody working on anything. There is a compost pile for leaf clippings up on the hill. There's room for pickup trucks. There's a bunch of snow plows behind the building. There's some on the top. There's other equipment there. It's not substantial heavy equipment that I'd be interested in. It's miscellaneous, so I don't know what it is. But there's nothing there to see. And so we're asking to make this a contractor's yard, and we would go to the planning board with all the items that they request, and go through the checklist for planning board hearing and all that. So this plan here shows a 16-acre lot and the road and the access to the building. This other sheet here, is a 20 scale to meet your rules that we show cars and trucks there in a parking area. The land is not inviting for any development there. There's a stream, there's a hill. You know, it's not, but it's a good location for what he's doing. It's a small area with I think it's a big metal barn. So Chris can explain a little bit more if you like, or whatever. I have pictures in the packet here that show, give you a good idea what's there.
Tom, that's the only access is off of Swan Lake Trail. There's no other access to the property.
The trail up over the hill comes out.
I'm in a butter, so
Boston
I have a
Lane.
trail that comes over it. I take my side-by-side
I
up
was
there.
gonna ask
Yeah.
that. So the end of the dirt trail,
Yeah, that's my house.
that's your house?
Yeah,
On the opposite side?
on the opposite side.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, Paul LaRochelle. There's no electricity, no,
I have a pole into the building, not into the building, into the land. I just have it hooked. I haven't run, I've got to run the electricity from the pole to the building, and I just wanted to, I just haven't done it yet.
you just haven't done that yet.
Yeah. Well, it was $7,000 to get the pole to the land. Now I got to get the money to get it from the pole to the building. So,
Good, Paul.
Joe Mankus.
hey, Joe.
You mentioned there was a compost pile on the lot. Are you planning on doing composting
I,
on a scale?
no.
It's
It's
residual.
just residual leaves. We pick up, the dump's closed Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and we work Monday through Friday typically, and we have to have someplace to put all the leaves.
Sure, yeah.
So we just, when they built the building, there was a huge hole up on top of the hill, so we've been filling that in with leaves, and, you know, after a while, it turns to just dirt, so we can, I mean, I'd spread it out and, you know, any places up there. I can't sell it because it's not sellable compost, you know, it's not.
Right, no, I'm just thinking
Not good
16
grade.
acres, there's plenty of room to have a nice composting.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Once again, Paul LaRochelle again. You have, looks from some of the photos, the aerial photos, that looks like there's quite a thick buffer
Yeah,
between the steel building and the surrounding
yeah,
abutters
yeah.
from property, so they can't see it at all.
Wintertime, you can see the building. I mean, it definitely, you know, where the leaves are down. But in the summertime, pretty much no, you really can't see the building. We're right behind, like the all wines are in front of us, and, you know, you really can't even see from their back deck to the building, and they're very close. So,
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Tim Morgan, this property was conveyed with a warranty deed, and the first covenant is that it should be only for single-family residents. How do you address that?
so in the original deed, and I don't know why it's not on that deed, if you were to research it, I believe that the covenants ran with Swan Lake Trail for a period of 10 years. And if they were not renewed after that 10 years, then those covenants, that's why Norm was allowed to put the building there. Because it was all made for single-family houses, and then after the 10 years expired, then Norm was able to put that building up.
But the date on this deed is March 20 of 2021.
Correct, and I
And
don't
the
think that was
covenants-
conveyed
covenants
correctly into the
still-
deed.
Covenants still.
Mhm. I think we'd have to provide the prior deed to show that it was in that deed. I'm not sure why it's not in that deed.
Thank you.
This is Tom Lee. On one of the drawings, Tom or Chris, it shows 10 parking positions. Is that accurate or is?
Yeah, there's more than that, I believe. We just show some parking there. There's plenty of parking. Yeah.
And you're gonna be, sorry, Ms. Yeah. Paul or Shell. You're gonna be doing any repairs in the building?
Most of my
minor- taking
repairs-
Plows on and off and.
Yeah, plows on and off. All my repairs have done pretty much through Mark Dame. I mean, I don't have time to work on trucks, you know, so, if I do anything, I'll change lawnmower oil and you get 2 quarts of oil out of a lawnmower, you know, and that goes right to the dump. So I don't do repairs or maintenance there at the facility.
How about, I know, it didn't sound like you wanna, store anything, but anything with, sand and salt?
Nope, all my sand and salt comes from Graymo. I buy it from him directly.
You
He
use it.
loads my truck. Yeah,
So you're not gonna stockpile
I'm
any
not
of that?
stockpiling sand and salt.
Question, this is Tom Lee. And just for everybody's sake, if you haven't been to one of our meetings over the last month or two, we saying our names out loud because for the transcription purposes, they can't detect who's saying what when they're saying it. So we just preface our questions or anything we say with our names first. That might sound a little awkward or strange to some of you. So I just want to make sure everyone's clear on that. So this is Tom Lee and wintertime. Generally not much landscaping going on. I did see in some of the pictures there was snow plows. Is that prior or is that yours as well?
That's mine too, yeah.
Okay, so during the winter, you then kind of flip it to a snow
Right,
plow
and
operation.
we're usually, the only time we go up there in the wintertime is to open the parking lot up because everybody takes a truck home that works for me. So they keep the trucks at the house and they just drive them from their house, so they start plowing.
Okay,
So in the wintertime, we're really, you know, I'll go up there just to open the parking lot up and the building has no heat, so it's not really a fun place to sit in a metal building in the wintertime in the freezing cold.
and the trucks, the snow plow trucks aren't left there, they go home with them or they pick them up and then go to
No,
work?
they all go home with the guys.
Okay,
I keep mine at the house, Brandon keeps his, and Connor usually keeps his at his house.
okay.
There are 2 backup trucks that are usually parked there, just in case something goes down, so we have extra trucks to go out and plow.
All right, this is Tom Lee again. As far as department head comments, I don't know if you've seen these comments, Tom or Chris, but Conservation Committee stated it is portrayed that you have already received a notice of decision from the Alton Planning Department on October 2nd. I don't know if that's accurate or that's something that's,
Well, just a drafting note that would be changed if we had to go to another meeting, but we plug in stuff on the plan as much as we can while we're drawing the plan. We spend hours putting this together,
sure.
so
Okay.
that's a note like that.
The plan calls for 15 parking spaces per the Conservation Committee, only 10 are shown. You already answered that with my
And
question.
that's a planning board thing. We haven't addressed how many spaces are needed here yet, but we'll do that when we go to the planning board, but there's
Okay.
plenty of parking.
Yep. And last part from the Conservation Committee is that the narrative states there was a compost pile on site, but the drawing indicates the compost pile is off-site. So which is correct?
It's on site.
And is the pile properly enclosed and is any drainage from the pile properly contained to protect the surrounding land from runoff?
It's in a huge hole that was put there by the previous owner to build the building. So it's not going anywhere. Everything goes right into the pile.
Okay.
It's self-contained.
And again, that's all leaves.
It's leaves and grass clippings. That's all it is.
Thank you.
There's a brush pile too. I mean, we just,
Joe Mankus, and you rotate that out as soon as it doesn't sit there for more than a couple of weeks, right?
what's that?
The brush, the compost, the leaves, any of that.
No, it's the brush, the compost stays there.
You just leave it, okay.
So, yeah, it's just a compost pile of leaves. So what do you mean rotate it out?
Well, composting creates heat, you gotta turn it, you've gotta.
Right, yeah, it's, every time we bring stuff in, we mix it all in, so, yeah, we constantly turn
But
it.
it becomes a fire hazard.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, we have the same thing at the Alton's, transfer station. We do, it's kind of the same thing, the routine they follow. You just turn the piles so they don't get too much heat in them.
Okay. How big do you think it gets to be, 100 yards?
It's probably 50 yards, maybe 100, yeah, could be. It depends, as the year goes on, it just gets smaller, and then we just keep rotating. And a lot of it now is just soil.
Compost is very susceptible to fire. I'm in the compost
Yeah.
business, and
Yeah.
I just put out a fire this morning.
Yeah.
It catches.
Oh,
on fire.
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Anything further, Tom or Chris? Okay. At this point, I'm going to open the hearing up to any public input, and we do it in two fashions. People who are in favor, if you'd like to come forward, you can speak in favor of this proposition, and then we'll turn it over to people who are opposed. If you are either party of such, we just ask that you come up, you introduce yourself, and tell us what your opinions are, what you'd like to express. So at this point, I'll open it up to public input for anybody in favor. Anybody who would like to come forward in favor of this project, please do so. Yeah, one at a time. Yeah, thank you.
My name is David Allwine, and my wife and I, Anne Marie, we live at 55 Swan Lake Trail. So our property is the one that's probably closest to the active part of Chris's property. In fact, his driveway that goes back to his building, he has an easement over a portion of our property, so it goes right along immediately adjacent to our front yard. So we have probably the best bird's eye view of what goes on there on a day-to-day basis. And we've lived there for 6 years now, although we knew Chris from when we lived in Wolfboro, so we probably have a familiarity with him for 25 years. And I must say that we have nothing but good things to say about his operation, besides the fact that we hardly notice that it's there. You know, obviously, we do hear things going on every now and then, but it is certainly not at any level that causes us any concern. And his vehicles, they're not large vehicles, so they're really no different than the regular traffic that goes along Swan Lake Trail. But Chris is just a very good guy. I probably have never had any contractor that is so helpful to people in our neighborhood. And I really just can't say enough good things about him and his operation. So on behalf of my wife and I, we are in definite support of his request for the waiver.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anybody else in favor that would like to come forward?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chris Whalen. I live at 40 Swan Lake Trail, and I lived there for 26 years now. And it's always been a quiet, peaceful area. And with Chris's operation there, I see no negative impact on the neighborhood. It's still a quiet and peaceful neighborhood with, actually, it's even probably a better neighborhood with him there. Him and his guys are gentlemen and helpful in the community. So
you know, from my vantage point, for my wife and I, we're in full support of what he's got going on there.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else who would like to come forward in favor of this proposal? Okay. At this point, I'll open up the public input to anybody in opposition. Anybody who opposes, please come forward.
My name is, excuse me, my name is Johnny Dodge. I live at 58 Swan Lake Trail. I'm a direct abutter of Chris's. I'd like to use the monitor if I can, hook it up. I've hooked it up before.
Yeah.
It won't take very long. Would you like me to move it anywhere so you can see it okay?
Fine, we could,
You can
yeah,
see
we
it?
can all see it. Yeah.
I'll see you right there.
It won't take me long at all.
Yeah. Yeah,
We could
please.
give him one of these.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If I need to speak up, please let me know. Again, my name is Johnny Dodge. I live at 58 Swan Lake Trail, and I'm a direct abutter to Mr. Johnson's property. His business being operated is Bayview Landscaping. I'd like to hand out just two sections of the master plan, if I could, at this time. I'm not going to address it right now, but if I could get that to you. Okay. What? Thank you. And I'll be referring to that in just a little bit.
Thank you.
I'm opposed to this request for a special exception for a contractor's yard for the following reasons. The site is not an appropriate location for the use because this is worksheet item number 2. On the narrative of the application, it states that Mr. Johnson bought the property 5 years ago as a facility for his lawn care business. I believe that Mr. Johnson was aware at that time that all of the lots in Swan Lake Trail were to be used only for single-family residential purposes by the owners and the tenants or guests of said tenants. This is stated on everyone's deed that owns property in Swan Lake Trail. Worksheet item number 4. There is valid objection from abutters based on demonstrable fact because on the narrative it states that a 42 by 95 barn was already existing on the property and it was used as an equipment shed for the previous owner. The 42 by 95 barn, the 42 by 95 barn was allowed to be built to house the previous owner's personal antique automobiles and as storage. The town allowed the barn to be built for personal use, and I'll address this point in more detail a little bit later. Worksheet item number 5. There is undue nuisance or serious hazard
to pedestrians or vehicular traffic, including the location and design of access ways. I'm going to show you some video clips of the commercial traffic currently being generated by Mr. Johnson's business. I'm going to get my mouse, excuse me. This won't take very long at all. This first clip, I think, is 4 minutes, and the next one is just a couple minutes. This is the view of Mr. Johnson's property, the site going in, which is directly in front of our house. I've tried to, on the top part, I've tried to put the time that the traffic is being is going by Swan Lake Trail. This is 7:12. One of the workers is coming in, pickup truck. 7:22, another pickup truck is coming in. Another one coming in behind him. And another one at 7:28. Pickup truck with equipment leaving at 7:49 on the back of a trailer. Box truck leaving 7:53, going down Swan Lake Trail. All of this traffic going into and out of Mr. Johnson's yard goes by 10 houses. It goes directly by 10 houses down Swan Lake Trail. That's a dump truck leaving. 8:04. 10:10, the dump truck is coming back. And 13, the dump truck is leaving. Again, trying to Swan Lake Trail. Box truck is coming back in. 10:43. 11:08, box truck's leaving. 11:47, a dump truck coming back. 12:14, box truck coming back into the site, pickup truck coming back into the site. And this is one of the workers' personal vehicles, I believe, coming back in. Dump truck at 12:21 leaving. 12:25, box truck's leaving. Well, at 12:26. It's like a pickup truck with a dump insert at 12:26 as well. And a pickup, no, this is a dump truck with a trailer with some equipment on the back. 2:42, dump truck coming back. 4:52, box truck's coming back. Pickup truck's coming back. Dump truck with a trailer coming back with some equipment on the back of it at 4:54. It's just, it's pretty consistent traffic. This particular day, it's 5:20, they're leaving the site now. I'm sorry?
Can I say something to this? We have a dump truck that left without a bark blower on the back. We have a dump truck that came back with a bark blower on the back. So apparently, some of these are from different days.
They're not, they're all
They're all
verifiable.
time-stamped?
They're all
How come
time-stamped.
we don't have the, how come we don't have the,
Could I
bark
have,
blower?
could I have the floor
Please,
now?
sure.
The public portion. Please let me continue.
Certainly.
Thanks. $5:21, pickup truck's leaving. 5:40. They're getting ready to leave now. I'd like to show you just another quick clip on, that was July 8th. This is August 11th. I've condensed these clips. These are like 5-second clips, but I just wanted to show the equipment that's going up and down Swan Lake Trail during the day. This is 7:23. Again, I tried to put the times up in the top here. A pickup truck coming in at 7:26. Sedan coming in at 7:27. 7:31, a pickup truck coming in. 8:01, box truck leaving. 8:06, pickup truck with a backhoe leaving. 8:18, a box truck coming back in. 8:19, pickup truck with a trailer coming back in. Not sure who that is, but anyway, that's 8:26 and 8:30 they leave. 8:38, box truck is leaving. Pickup truck with a dump insert. 9:35, a pickup truck with a Bobcat. 9:51, a pickup truck with a trailer coming back in. 10:02, pickup truck with another small Bobcat leaving. 10:14, a pickup truck with a trailer coming back. 10:27, pickup truck with another backhoe leaving. 10:44, pickup truck with a trailer coming back in. 10:49, a pickup truck leaving again. 11:01, pickup coming back into the site. Dump truck leaving at 11:07. This particular day is a two-part day with my slides. The second one is like 50 minutes, 50 seconds long. 12:50, dump truck comes back. This is the same day. 12:50. 12:53, dump truck leaves. 1:02, pickup truck with a dump insert coming back in. I wanted to point out, too, that this, between the exit and entrance to Mr. Johnson's property, 3 houses down on the right-hand side, there are 2 young children, young boys that play a lot in their driveway. They have the little toy cars. And I think this is a safety issue, all this commercial traffic going down through. They are supervised, but we know how little kids can get out of hand and out of sight pretty quick. Uh, 108, box truck coming back in. 131, dump truck coming back in. 203, they start to leave. 215. That's it for that day. Also would like to draw your attention. I've done some a traffic study on this, and you'll see by the yellow that's on the spreadsheet, the days that are in yellow are all traffic that's generated on Swan Lake Trail. It's all generated by Mr. Johnson's commercial vehicles, and it's 50%, sometimes as high as 72% of the traffic during the day is designated by the yellow. I'll show you. This is June, 54, 50, 69%, 50%. July, 50, 55, 59, 50, 55, 65%. August, 63, 72, 51, 51, 59. September, you can see most of the days are greater than 50% now. Not most, but greater than 60% anyway. I just wanted to illustrate that there's a little bit more than just residential traffic going in and out of Swan Lake Trail and the traffic being generated by Mr. Johnson's business. I'd like to appeal to the zoning board of adjustment to consider that this is an entirely different situation than what a special exception for a contractor's yard would be on, for instance, Old Wolfboro Road. Ours is a dead-end cul-de-sac subdivision that is created solely for the construction of single-family homes and uses as referenced in every deed of conveyance in the Swan Lake Trail subdivision. Many of the homeowners in our subdivision are most likely unaware of the potential negative impacts that a commercial business operating in our exclusively single-family neighborhood cause. A contractor's yard, by definition, is a lot or portion of a lot used for the storage and/or maintenance of equipment and material used in a contractor's business. Retail and wholesale sales of construction landscape materials such as, but not limited to, sand, gravel, crushed stone, knit pack, mulch, soil, and wood chips, and processing of material, crushing, grinding, washing, etc., may be permitted by special exception. I acknowledge that some of the above-mentioned uses are not being asked for currently, but what if Mr. Johnson's business changes in the future as it has in the last 5 years, morphing from a simple lawn care business into his landscaping business, which has required the purchase of landscaping equipment, loaders, backhoes, bobcats, larger trucks, dump trucks, and a box truck. The 42 by 95 barn that was initially approved for personal use has been used as a stepping stone and is now being used as storage for commercial equipment. The progression of this lot has been, number one, only single-family residences and uses. Number two, allowance of a 42 by 95 barn on a residential lot without a home for personal use. The 42 by 95 barn is now being used to store commercial equipment. Number four, running a commercial business from a residential lot is going on right now. Number five, where does this end and who benefits and who gets hurt? If a contractor's yard were to be allowed on this property, will we be opening up Pandora's box? Granting of a special exception for a contractor's yard or any approval for anything other than a single-family use will only become a stepping stone for the further deterioration of the character and purpose of this subdivision. As to worksheet item number 8, the proposed use or structure is not consistent with the spirit of the ordinance and the intent of the master plan. And I've handed you the 2 pages from that excerpt, and I'd just like to highlight section 519. The first 3 paragraphs refer to the proposed reconfiguration of zoning districts. Paragraph 4 states, as part of this reconfiguration of zoning districts, the role of the rural residential zoning district should be reevaluated. Areas currently zoned rural residential might best be incorporated into the most similar adjacent zoning district instead of continuing to comprise a separate type of district. And I'm going to show you in your also, I've highlighted where Swan Lake Trail is. It's right here. The most similar zoning district under the proposed use for the master plan would be Lakeshore Residential. The commercial would be on the right of 28, and this is Route 28 right here. Allowing a contractor's yard in the Swan Lake Trail subdivision will place an impediment directly in an area we're trying to avoid for future development and placement of contractor's yards. Finally, I just don't believe that it has ever been consistent with the spirit of the ordinance and intent of the master plan to change the character of this rural residential neighborhood as this business and its associated commercial traffic has already done. Just by having only the homeowners use Swan Lake Trail, it would return the peaceful and quiet character of the neighborhood back to what some of the original homeowners remember it once was. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else in the public that would like to come forward in opposition?
Mr. Chairman, we have a couple of letters that we received about these two cases.
Yeah.
You have those?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Just to follow along with talking about.
Okay.
Like this one?
Yeah, you'll have your opportunity. Not now. We'll let her speak.
Thank you.
So, excuse me one second, just to be clear, I had asked for people in the public that want to come forward in favor. Now we're asking for people to come forward in opposition. First, we'll have every opportunity for rebuttal once the public input is closed. I understand your concern. And your name, miss.
Yes, good evening. I'm Jacqueline Dodge, and I live on 58 Swan Lake Trail, and I'm a direct abutter across the street from the right-of-way, which is the access from Mr. Johnson's business. If you don't mind, I'm going to take 10 minutes and read what I wrote, because it's easier for me to just read it and not waste any time.
Could you move the microphone a little
Closer
closer,
to you.
please?
So sorry. I thank the board members in advance for allowing me to read my testimony, as I have facts and demonstrable evidence as to why I'm opposed to the approval of a contractor's yard on Mr. Johnson's property. The packet you have contains demonstrable evidence in regards to criteria worksheet items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. My home is located directly across the street from the right-of-way on Lot 13, with my front door being approximately 75 feet from where Mr. Johnson's trucks and commercial vehicles exit and enter out the right-of-way onto Swan Lake Trail. As they exit and enter, they are directly opposite my front door, living room windows, dining room windows, and the occupants in the vehicles are in direct view of the whole front of the house. It's a major infringement on my privacy, not what you would expect in a single-family residential subdivision, and this has been impacting the quiet enjoyment of my home while severing the rural character of the entire single-family residential subdivision. And all this has been and is gradually degrading and negatively impacting the aesthetic appeal of the entire neighborhood, as Swan Lake Trail is not just a road or a street, but a neighborhood of attractive, well-kept homes. On this, you will see here that this is the, from my home, I see Mr. Johnson's property. This is in April, I'm going to give you that here. To the picture book you have in hand. And when they exit, they are looking pretty much at front door. After the leaves fall, the barn and the front of the barn are visible. And the picture of my home was taken at the edge of the right-of-way. If a truck is at the end of the right-of-way, they have a clear view of the entire front of the house. The most concerning nuisance is that the traffic generated from Bayview Landscaping exits and enters out of the right-of-way onto and down Swan Lake Trail. This is Mr. Johnson's access for all his pickup trucks, trucks with commercial trailers and equipment, dump trucks with trailers, and sometimes heavy equipment to exit and enter. This is a serious problem for all Swan Lake Trail subdivision homeowners, as Bayview Landscaping is not an out in the AM, back in the PM landscaping business. I have observed this weekdays and some Saturdays that this commercial traffic is sporadic throughout the entire day. This begins in April and continues into October, demonstrating the sporadic traffic. Taken from blink clips, I've tallied 70% of the days for the month of July and 72% of the days for the month of August, and 62% of the days for the month of September demonstrate this ongoing sporadic traffic throughout the day. The root of my opposition is that this daily traffic cannot be avoided, as it is necessary to the operation of Bayview Landscaping, so that Mr. Johnson may take his business out of Lot 13 to his customers. Regarding demonstrable evidence criteria number 5, there is undue nuisance due to excessive commercial traffic and its byproducts. Of the many nuisances, the most concerning is the amount of commercial traffic which is back and forth, negatively impact all 13 homeowners on Swan Lake Trail. As Mr. Johnson's landscaping business must be placed in and on the trucks with commercial trailers and equipment, dump trucks with trailers and equipment, all of this must travel out of the right-of-way from the dead end all the way down Swan Lake Trail past the neighborhood homes. I've counted in one day 38 times trucks, dump trucks, and loaded trailers exited and entered. That's a lot of commercial traffic exiting and entering through a right-of-way onto a low-traffic dead-end cul-de-sac. I became more concerned in April of 2025 when one day I noticed dump trucks in and out throughout the day. That really caught my attention. So on June 17th of this year, my husband and I visited the town hall to see what approvals Mr. Johnson had to conduct his business on Lot 13. There were no approvals on file, and we found that Mr. Johnson was in the process of seeking an approval for a contractor's yard, for which he needed a special exception. So I began logging the traffic for my security blink clips, as it was necessary to get the facts and demonstrable evidence as to how much commercial traffic was actually going in and out of Lot 13's right-of-way. As demonstrable evidence, I have here, in this binder, a daily traffic log. This daily traffic log is a complete tally of the vehicles from July 1 through September 30. This traffic count is verifiable by corresponding time-stamped blink clips. In your packet, and here is the sample day. This is July 8th. This is the pictures are from the blink clips, and they are verifiable. It's the paper sample of the video clip my husband showed earlier, demonstrating 28 times pickup trucks, trucks with commercial trailers and equipment, and dump trucks exited and entered Swan Lake Trail. This demonstrates that vehicles are often in and out just about every hour of the workday. Usually, multiple vehicles will exit and enter within an hour. Regarding demonstrable evidence criteria number 2, the specific site is not an appropriate location for the use because this is a deed-restricted single-family residential subdivision, a neighborhood. Consequently, Mr. Johnson has continued to operate and develop a site and grow his landscaping business outside the approved use of a rural residential zone, without any approvals, without oversight, unmonitored for over 4 years, in an established single-family residential subdivision where it is not permitted in a rural residential zone except by a special exception. Also, his own 2 deeds for his own property, Demers to Johnson and Johnson to Thane LLC, clearly state in the first deed restriction that lots and any improvements thereon shall be only for single-family residential purposes by the owners and tenants or guests of said tenants. By ignoring just this one deed restriction, it creates an incompatible use. In your packet are Mr. Johnson's 2 deeds. Regarding demonstrable evidence criteria number 3, property values, factual evidence has found that residential property values on Swan Lake Trail are currently being reduced due to incompatible land use. I have for you in your packet two documents of demonstrable evidence from local licensed and experienced real estate agents, both of whom are very familiar with Swan Lake Trail. Both agents indicate a diminution of property value as a consequence of any commercial venture within the subdivision. Sonia Lepar of the Dow Group, Keller Williams, Coastal, and Lakes and Mountain out of Wolf Row provided a competitive market analysis with a caveat to the market analysis value of our home. I quote, "The value of the home is based solely on a residential neighborhood. The value will go down if there is any type of commercial lot abutting your home," close quote. And Christina Moss of the Maxfield Agency, Wolfboro, New Hampshire, provided a page-long broker's price opinion. I quote only the 2 key paragraphs. You have the whole page there in your packet. "It is my professional opinion that the introduction of a commercial contractor's yard and/or the continuation of the landscaping business with direct access through a residential street will significantly diminish property values, especially those abutting or adjacent to the proposed site. I estimate a reduction in value of no less than $50,000 per affected property. In conclusion, the proposed use of this lot as a contractor's yard and/or the continuation of the current landscaping business with ingress and egress through a residential street will negatively affect the market value and desirability of all homes on the road, with the most substantial losses incurred by those directly abutting or across from the development, close quote. In addition to these two brokers' assessments, it stands to reason that just knowing that an approved commercial landscaping business and all the vehicles and commercial equipment this entails are accessed from the dead end of the street off a right-of-way, and that a contractor's yard is on file with the town of Alton could certainly give a buyer pause from pursuing a purchase, as verified by the competitive market analysis and the broker's price opinion. I know this would have alerted me as a buyer. There was nothing in the file or on the town records in January of 2024 before we bought our home, except for documents for the barn and the right-of-way. No commercial business was indicated on record anywhere on Swan Lake Trail. Consequently, here I am tonight. Regarding demonstrable evidence criteria number 8 of the master plan, the proposed use is not consistent with the spirit of the ordinance and the intent of the master plan, which is to preserve and enhance the quality of life and unique rural character of Alton, because the continuation of this landscaping business and/or the approval of a contractor's yard within the Swan Lake subdivision does not enhance the quality of life and unique rural character of the Swan Lake neighborhood, a planned in town approved residential subdivision, but diminishes it with the introduction of a series of cumulative and negative commercial consequences. In addition, the interest of the town of Alton with being permitted into the rural residential zone is incurred south of the traffic circle, and where indicated north of the traffic circle is directed to be east of Route 28. Swan Lake Trail is west of Route 28 with Lot 13 abutting Lakeshore Residential, as noted from the master plan, pages 519, 520, and 529. Copies are in your packet. Regarding the goal of a special exception taken from Section 2 of the ZBA application guide, I quote, "A special exception is a use that would be appropriate generally or without restriction throughout a particular zone, but which if controlled as to number, area, duration, location, or relation to the neighborhood would promote the public health, safety, and general welfare." How does the existing landscaping business and/or the proposed contractor's yard promote the Swan Lake neighborhood's public health, safety, and general welfare? In closing, I respectfully ask the board to consider that this site is unlike the other landscaping business and contractor's yards in Alton, where none of those are located in a town-approved single-family residential subdivision, limited to exiting and entering through a dead-end cul-de-sac, where owners walk dogs, ride bikes, take a walk, and children play, and that the unresolvable nuisance with Bayview Landscaping as it exists and/or potential contractor's yard approval is that there is no plan of approval that can hide, disguise, or eliminate the commercial caravan as they sporadically exit and enter throughout weekdays and some Saturdays as Mr. Johnson's business travels out from the right-of-way onto Swan Lake Trail back and forth to his customers. This cannot be avoided, spring, summer, and fall. Thank you so much for your time and patience.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the public that would like to come forward in opposition? Sure.
Mike, or I can go over there, it's up to you.
Yeah, up here would be more
Yeah,
preferred,
that's fine.
please. Thank you. Once again, if you could cite your name and then also the person.
I
that-
will. This is Johnny Dodge, 58 Swan Lake Trail. This letter is from Patrick Quan and Lauren Quan of 4 Swan Lake Trail. We are writing today to express our disagreement with the residents of this property, Christian Johnson, seeking a special exception for a contractor's yard. We have resided on Swan Lake Trail for 13 years and feel we have outlined below reasons to not approve this exception. As you are aware, this is a residential neighborhood that is very quiet. We chose to live on this road because of the cul-de-sac nature and quiet community. We are fully against any commercial use of property on this road as it will increase traffic and noise pollution. Many of the residents of Swan Lake Trail, have dogs, walking them often, and an increase in traffic, especially with larger vehicles, will make what now feels as a safe road to walk on increasingly unsafe. We have a child, and we utilize the road to ride bikes, scooters, walk, and play. With the increased traffic, larger trucks, we will be removing the gentle nature of our road and community. The increased noise will be bothersome for all residents, humans and dogs alike, leading to undue stress that is easily avoidable in a quiet road such as this. About 2 years ago, the town of Alton paid to have the entire road smoothed using tar patch. Increasing traffic and heavy truck usage will dramatically increase the wear and tear on the road. Introducing commercial use land dramatically decreases the value of homes on this road, which many hold much of their life savings and value in and plan to leave for generations to come. One would assume if we purchase the property without commercial land use impacts on the value, we have the right to speak up against this and file a motion of no against the decrease in value, completely against our will. Our road surrounds a very active marsh that is teeming with wildlife from deer, beaver, kingfisher, snakes, fish, bear, and a very lively population of snapping turtles. Increased and unnecessary runoff from commercial use property that includes gas and diesel engines has a significant impact on the local wildlife now and long term. Protection of this small but very vital habitat would be of utmost importance. Increased use of groundwater in a residential area could affect the homeowners in this area. Traffic coming into and out of the road could increase the risk of traffic incidents due to the steep hills going north on Route 28. In addition to the increased noise would be added due to the trucks needing to go up the hill on Route 28. If this exception is granted and the land is sold in the future, we have no control over the level of commercial use and ongoing impact. While this individual may plan to have less of an impact now, we cannot guarantee that over time and simply cannot support an open-ended agreement such as this in a small residential neighborhood. This individual has been operating without the appropriate approvals and licensure for some years now. To turn a blind eye to that and easily grant usage is not supportive of our community and our laws and rules put in place to protect and support our citizens, land, nature, and future generations. And while we honor that the law allows individuals to only direct a butter, the fact that the individual did not take the time to inform and speak to neighbors further informs that lack of willingness to be aware of the area in which this land resides and the reason we live here. We stand completely opposed to this exception and hope that the board considers all parties' viewpoints and concerns. This is not and should not be an easy decision. There are far more appropriate places and land to utilize for such businesses that have a lower impact on the lives that live there now and to come. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Patrick Quinn, Lauren Quinn. Do you have a copy of the letter in your file?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anybody else who'd like to come forward in opposition? Okay, that'd be a no. At this point, I'll close the hearing to any, I'm sorry.
I think there were a couple more things to be read too. Didn't you say there was something to be read over there?
Yes, there
That
is.
wasn't adopted?
But as far as public input,
Okay.
yeah, we already went through the in favor. I appreciate that, sir, but now we're in the opposition portion, and I'm going to, at this point, close it to any public input. I will give Chris every opportunity to rebut, but there is one other letter that we did have. This is from Terry Harlocker. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of the application of Mr. Christian Johnson to permit a contractor's yard. My name is Terry Harlocker, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, along with my wife Roseanne Livingston. We reside and own property at 48 Swan Lake Trail. We've resided at this location for over 20 years. During this time, we've become customers and friends of Mr. Johnson. We've witnessed Chris build his landscape/snowplow business with great success to provide these services to the residents of Alton. I can honestly say Chris is a man of his word and will help you in any way possible. Our property is located so that all employees and equipment must pass our front door each day in the morning and night. A long experience with the employees of Chris and their driving on Swan Lake Trail, there's never been an issue of safety, hazard, or nuisance. Unless I am walking the dog, I never notice his trucks leaving in the morning or returning in the afternoon. In fact, there are more trucks and delivery vans on Swan Lake Trail other than Chris's each day. Any representation that the operation of Chris's business is a nuisance is contrary to the facts and has no merit. Again, let me thank you for the opportunity to offer my support for Mr. Johnson. His business has and hopefully will continue to be a positive contribution to the residents of Swan Lake Trail. Respectfully, Terry Harlocker. That's the only other letter we have. We're close to public input, as I mentioned, so I'll turn it back to you, Chris or Tom, if you have any rebuttal or any comments.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, an average house has, used to have 10 car trips a day that you would calculate if you analyze the traffic. Today you have more because you have Amazon coming and UPS and FedEx online. It's a lot more. I think there would be an increase in 10 car trips a day. So if there were a house on that property, you would expect 10 or 12 or 15 cars a day, I believe. But his vehicles are pickup trucks and, I don't know, 1 ton or 1.5 ton dump trucks. When you say dump truck, I envision a bigger, real dump truck. So think of small vehicles for that. He's been there for 5 years, and I don't know if there's been any complaints in the past. And what he's done, he's going to continue to do because he's kind of locked into what he's doing, and he'll get older and he'll probably do less. He's a business of the community, which is usually on the other side of the lake, I believe, that that's what he does. So we know what that is. The road is a dead end, and so if at the end of the road out on Route 28, if there are 12 lots in this subdivision, you would expect a traffic count of 120 plus Amazon, UPS, and FedEx, and so forth. So you got to scale that out. This is in what is considered a contractor's yard. This law was made up so somebody has a business at their home and they have a commercial truck and a bunch of supplies, lumber or something, they have a sign, and the rules came up, we'll call that a contractor's yard and require a permit for that. So he's within the guidelines of that, 100%. He has no big operation of big vehicles coming to get something, people coming and going. He's not selling anything. There's no retail customers and so on. So he's within the realm easily of what a contractor's yard is, and he does it with, there's no sign there, there's no noise, nobody working, and so on and so forth. So that's what you have to consider. If you could understand that, that would be good.
So the Dodgers moved in about a year and a half ago, and I had been running my business out of there for 3 years.
Could you move your microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. And when they were purchasing their property, they did speak with some of the neighbors, the Allwines. They knew that I was there. I was actually plowing the driveway for the previous owner, Paul, and her realtor actually contacted me to let me know that they were finally selling the property, and they knew that there was a landscape company across the property that they were purchasing. And the Allwines can verify that for me because they actually came over and talked to the Allwines, and the Allwines said, Chris is a great guy, he's very respectful. He's been, we've been friends, he helps us out, we've been running a business, and I actually crossed through the Allwines property to get to my property. And as far as like dog walking on the street, John's over here. He walks his dog. He actually comes down and visits us usually a couple, 3 times a week. We give Bear cookies. We stop and talk to John on the road while we're traveling down the road. The Allwines, they walk their dogs they come up my property. They go through my shop. I have no problem with that. I allow everybody to feel free to go up and walk around on the trails and enjoy yourself. And, it's just nice to see my neighbors coming out in support of something that I've built. And I thank you all for coming tonight. And, I'm just trying to make a living in a small town. I've been running a business, Bayview Landscape, here for a number of years. I've built a substantial business of mowing lawns, and we do small patio jobs once in a while. And, just in the summer months when the lawns burn out like they did this summer, we needed something extra to do. There are going to be days that, yes, we take a couple more trucks going in and out. I'm not running heavy-duty triaxle trucks. I'm not screening loam. I'm not, doing any of that stuff. And that was one of my concerns when I came in to meet with the town. I said, we're putting out a contractor storage yard. I said, it says here I'm going to be screening dirt. I'm going to be running heavy equipment, selling dirt in and out of in retail sales. I said, I'm not doing any of that. She said, well, the only thing that closely resembles what you're doing is this, so we're going to put it in as that. So that's why, I was like, well, that's just not what I'm doing. And that's kind of concerning to me because, there is nothing for a guy that runs a lawnmower and has a couple of tractors and, a Bobcat. That's kind of where I'm at right now, I guess. I'm kind of at a loss for words. So,
Thank you, Chris.
yeah.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Questions? No? All right. I will just like to, personal note, or for the board's sake, thank all the abutters in favor and opposition. I mean, figuratively and literally, this is a town hall. This is what we should be doing. And we should hear from everybody who's concerned. And we take all those concerns to heart. And it helps us try to make the proper decision for everybody concerned, the town, and all the bylaws that go with that. So many thanks to everybody who came forward, and we respect everybody's opinion. And at this point, we'll go to the worksheet. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, because I was not here for the beginning of the presentation, I would like to recluse myself from voting on this particular matter because I did not hear everything, and I don't want to prejudice my vote based on what everyone else may or may not say. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Frank. If I have a special exception worksheet. Norma, do you have a special exception?
Yeah.
Oh, I got one right here. Thank you. Okay, we'll run through the worksheet. I'll begin it. A plat has been submitted in accordance with the appropriate criteria in Article 500, Section 520B. That would be a yes.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, Paul?
Appropriateness. The specific site is an appropriate location for the use. This is a 16-acre lot. It is buffered in from the abutting properties, very difficult to see. And I think that going by the appropriateness of being in the town or in the area of 28. I think this area is acceptable in the area of where this would be operated out of, because this is, again, a type of business that is lawn care business, more than rather a contractor yard.
I'm concerned about the violation of a covenant and a warranty deed, so I'm going to say that this is not an appropriate location for the use.
I agree with Tim. I believe this is not an appropriate location because appropriateness here is about the location. It seems like it'd be a nice, simple, clean business. It is just lawn care, but that will grow. There will be more trucks. There will be larger trucks. It's just inevitable. And this street is a quiet cul-de-sac. And it is, I am sure a lot of people have purchased their homes because of that reason, that it is a nice, quiet cul-de-sac. So I say it is not.
I believe this specific site is not an appropriate location strictly based on the warranty deed. There's a point and reason why we have deeds and why we have warranty deeds. There was not a clear defined answer as why that was not defined in the manner that was first brought forward, so I do not feel it's an appropriate location.
Value. The evidence presented about the property value, rather than being factual, was opinion. However, I think the fact that there's a violation of a covenant, which would have been of some value to people when they purchased their homes or their lots, I think there probably is a reduction in value due to incompatible land use or violation of covenants from the other abutting properties.
I agree with Tim for the same reasons he stated.
I agree as well.
I agree.
There is a valid objection from the abutters based on demonstrable fact. And I think those valid objections were presented very non-emotionally and very well thought out. And I thank you for that.
And so your answer was there is valid objection, is that
There
correct?
is valid
Okay,
objection.
just for my own sake, okay. Yeah, the terminology is there is or there is no valid objection, so it kind of, and maybe it might just be me, but every objection is valid. You know, it's your opinion on how you feel about things. And so many times we have objections, they're all valid. Based upon the objection from the abutters, I go back to the warranty deed, which backs it up, that this is single-family homes. And I do think they brought forward a strong case, and I do feel that there is a valid objection from them.
I feel as though for the same reason that there was a stipulation in the warranty deed that did specifically say residential only. So for that reason, I agree that this is, they had a valid objection.
I agree.
Nuisance, there is or is no undue nuisance or serious hazard to pedestrian and vehicular traffic, including the location, design of access ways and off-street parking. I believe there is undue nuisance. This is a cul-de-sac. Certainly you see all the homes on it and such. And as just speaking in regards to nuisance, this was first portrayed as people come to work, get the equipment and leave. And then you could see there was traffic all day long. And I understand percentages on the traffic, households, number of cars per household, to Tom's point, as far as delivery vehicles, et cetera. Those percentages can be swayed either way. But I'm looking firsthand at it and looking at the layout of this cul-de-sac. I believe There is undue nuisance.
I disagree. I feel as though that the business of the vehicles coming in and out of their driveway was respectful. I don't know what the posting is of that road, particular traffic. It looked to me that they were moving very slowly and being very respectful for the neighborhood in the area of which they were entering and departing. So I did not see the nuisance or hazard in that particular case because of the regular traffic that'd be coming in and out and/or other traffic, meaning Amazon, UPS, and other things that are coming in and out. I didn't see that traffic, whether or not they were heeding to the residents and the people that were there coming in and out fast or not. But from what I saw in the demonstration of the vehicles, they were coming in and out in a very respectful manner.
I'm going to vote that there was undue nuisance and hazard from the vehicular traffic.
I'm going to say that there is an undue nuisance. I agree with Paul, saying that the operation of those trucks looked very respectful, very professional, drove in nice and calmly, which is great, but just the volume alone is obviously creating a nuisance to some of the people, not all, but some of them.
Well, facilities.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yep.
Adequate and appropriate facilities and utilities will be provided to ensure proper operation there in proposed use of the structure. There is no current electricity in this building. There is no septic system and no water in this building. And it was only proposed to possibly bring in electricity only.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree as well.
Sewage, there is adequate area for safe and sanitary sewage disposal and water supply. There's currently no water or sewage addressed in this proposal, so it's not an issue.
I agree.
I agree.
Paul?
I agree.
Intent, the proposed use or structure. I'm sorry. The proposed use or structure, it's a tough one. It is in content, it is consistent with the spirit of this ordinance and the intent of the master plan. This is a tough one to say is because it could go either way. We also do not want to disrupt the intent of a cul-de-sac family neighborhood. But because of the wording, I'm going to have to say is.
So, sorry, Joe. The sound, I didn't completely understand. So the proposed use, in your opinion, or structure is or is not consistent?
I think it is consistent with the spirit of this,
Okay.
the ordinance with the master plan because promoting business and helping someone grow a business.
Okay.
And the piece of land is appropriate. It's the location of the piece of land that is not appropriate or is not the intent because it does take away from the spirit of that neighborhood. So I'm saying is.
It is.
It is.
Okay.
Short version.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. I believe the proposed use of structure is not consistent with the spirit of this ordinance and the intent of the master plan. It's a right-of-way. Yes, it's a large plot of land, and I do agree with a previous board member that are a couple of them, and they are acting very professionally, respectfully, et cetera. I just don't feel this is with the intent of the master plan to have this commercial business in this residential area.
Agree with Joe. I believe this is consistent with the master plan, again, to reinforce that small business in the town of Alton, to promote small business, to promote the purpose of the master plan and to keep the small businesses in town to operate in town for the townspeople.
The ordinance requires a special exception, and this application has failed in several of the criteria for the special exception, so I'm going to vote that it's not consistent with the spirit of the ordinance.
Okay. So a tally as far as the special exception worksheet, as far as acceptance, it was unanimous, 4-0, yes. Appropriateness, it was, 1 vote for appropriateness, in the yes, and 3 against. So 3-1 against. For value, it was, unanimous, all 4 against. Abutters, it was unanimous, all 4 against. As far as nuisance, it was 3-1 against. Facilities was unanimous, all in agreement for yes. Sewage, all in agreement for yes. And then intent, the very last one was split 2-2. Okay, I'd like to ask Tim if we could have a motion.
I'll move that we deny the special exception request in application Z 2535 for a special exception from Article 400, Section 401D17 to permit a contractor's yard.
I'll second that.
All in favor? If you can just say your name if you're all in favor or not. Start with you, Paul.
Yeah. Paul, yes.
Tim Morgan, yes.
Joe Mankus, yes.
And Tom Lee, yes. So it's been denied. Thank you very much for coming. Okay, before we start the next case, as you've seen, and you're probably wondering who the good-looking person was that came up on the board, that's Frank Rich, our chairman, so we will have Frank now take over the board.
Well, thank you, Tom, for leading the meeting, and I apologize for not being here on time. And I appreciate the board allowing me the time to get here as quickly as I could. Okay, so was it confirmed that we're going to go to, and then we'll go back? Okay. So case Z 2536, Changing Seasons Engineering PLLC, Stephanie Richards, agent for Richard Lundy, owner, Miramichi Highway, map 15, lot 9-3-1, Miramichi Hill Road, a special exception in a residential rural zone. And it's a special exception is requested for Article 400, Section 401D17 to permit a contractor's yard. Mr. Lundy, thank you for coming, okay? And I'm assuming you are Stephanie Richards.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Good evening.
Can you hold on 1 second? We just want to make sure that the application is complete.
This map that was given today.
Yes, I do. Okay, I got it.
It's this one here.
Okay.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept the application for KC 25-36.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, seeing that everybody's in favor. Stephanie? Joe? Court.
Sure, yeah. Rick Lundy here has a, excavating business. He owns the lot at the corner of Route 28 and Miramichi Hill Road and is looking to build a yard there to keep all of his equipment all in one spot right now. They kind of have things scattered here and there and just getting frustrated with that and wanting to have everything all in one spot. Wants to build a 4-bay garage on this lot. And just and the rest of it just kind of be parking and stockpiles. The plans show, you know, what he has for equipment and where that could be parked and what he would propose for stockpiles. Stormwater management is kind of proposed along the Route 28 frontage there. Kind of an infiltration basin type pond. Buffers from the neighbors will be, there'll be some wooded buffer maintained around the outside. And Rick has also planned to build some berms with some vegetation on top of the berms against the residential lot lines. So kind of the back side of the lot, back from 28 and kind of along Miramichi Hill Road to keep down dust and noise and that sort of thing. Have anything else to add?
Really? Questions from the board? I have a few questions.
Go ahead.
So the new plan that was submitted to us, okay, it
Yep.
indicates that the infiltration system will be in the front of the property facing 28. Is that correct?
It's always been proposed there.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's always been the case. Yep.
Yep,
I have seen that.
yep.
Yeah, that hasn't
And-
changed.
So help me out, just so that I make sure that I know exactly where this is. On the other side of Miramichi Hill Road, is that where the self-storage is? Where is the self-storage? It's on, right? Self-storage is not on Miramichi, it's on this road over here, which is, which road?
Hodgson Road.
Hodgkins.
It's a class 6 road.
Hudson Road, something like that?
It's a town road.
But you can get to it from Miramichi Road.
No.
No, you can only from the other way.
Yeah.
Well,
You
it
gotta
used to,
get on
it
it
used to
from
go all the way through
All right,
Old
so-
Wolfboro Road
okay.
back in the day.
So it's on the left-hand side, it's on this side over here, it's not on Miramichi Road. Is that correct?
Essentially off of 20, like I say, it's Hodgkin Road. I think it-
28, Route 28 to Hodgson Road.
Hodgkin Road. And you can't get from Hodgkin Road to Miramichi, is that correct? Yeah, I just want to make sure I had my bearings right, because at one point, I thought maybe it might be on Miramichi, but the self-storage, but I don't think it is.
No.
Okay.
Beyond that, there's a few houses that they're really on the next Old Wolfboro Road.
Right.
Got it. Thank you. I just wanted it for clarifications and make sure that we have it on record where the self-storage is. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, please.
Paul LaRochelle. So your proposed driveway is directly across from the abutters property? Is that
Yes,
correct?
on Miramichi,
On Miramichi?
which we already have the entrance in.
We have the entrance in, which I did drive up there and see that.
Yeah.
And your building will be approximately how far from Miramichi? I see you got the 25-foot
Yeah,
buffer
about
right of
50
way.
Right, it's about 52 feet from Miramichi Hill Road.
Okay. And the proposed building is going to be 50 by 100,
Yeah, yes.
26 feet high,
Approximately.
approximately 26.
So the driveway is right here.
To the right.
This is the old Wolfboro Road side. So north is going this way, we're going to Wolfboro, take a right on Miramichi. And it's that first. There are two houses.
Yeah, two
across
houses
the
right
frontage,
across from. More questions, Paul?
Yeah, just a couple. And you're going to be storing loam, stone, sand,
Yep,
obviously for your operation.
Yeah.
And this is all for your own use,
yep.
not for sale, not to have people coming in, purchasing, buying?
No.
This is all for your own use for your business?
Right.
This is Tom Lee. Is that an accurate depiction? 20 vehicles on the property between pickup trucks, skid steers, what's depicted on the plan?
I can also point you to, there is a survey plan by Norway Plains in the packet that was from the lot line adjustment that was done that might answer some of your questions. It shows the self-storage facility and some of the houses across the street.
Does the applicant plan on buffering the entire property in terms of the forestry and berms or anything of that nature?
Yeah, I mean, the berms are shown on the plan. There'll be the wooded buffers maintained on the other sides of the property where there are not, the berms shown.
So where the proposed infiltration basin is, okay, that will be left open? Will there be any treat area on both sides of it and with the setbacks from the Route 28?
Yeah, the setback from the right-of-way will essentially remain treed, and then the stormwater will go inside of that buffer.
Okay.
So basically, that's a 30-foot wooded buffer
Right.
from the road to where the proposed infiltration basin will be.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really shown from the property line as well, which, you know, you can see that there's probably some distance between the
Yeah,
lot
I
line
see
and.
30-foot
the-
wooded buffer, okay. And then on this, on the side on Miramichi Road, okay, there's approximately again, another 30-foot buffer. That would remain forested?
Right.
So, and the only real opening at that point would be the proposed driveway. How far is the driveway on Miramichi to Route 28, would you say?
400.
400 feet?
Yeah, it must be about that,
Around 400
something like
feet
that, yeah.
It'd be pretty close to
from,
Yeah,
yeah,
because it starts, the driveway entrance starts about 12 feet off the property line on the high side of the lot.
sure. And the proposed driveway is on, what what is the width of the proposed driveway? Because you're gonna have trucks and tractor trailers that come in and out, I would imagine, okay? So how wide is the proposed driveway packed gravel gonna be, would you say?
Probably 12 to 14 feet.
Okay. Any other questions, Joe?
I have a question.
Sure.
Joe Mankus, and maybe this was mentioned earlier and I just didn't pick up on it, but what is can you use Route 28 as your driveway?
No,
Why?
No.
because the state just doesn't give
State won't allow you to?
curb cuts
No, they won't.
unless you have an existing one on the land.
Okay, so something like what he was mentioning with the storage units that was already there before.
Because he came off of Hodgton Road, which was a Class 6 road,
Oh,
and the town made him bring it up to town specs, up to the entrance of his storage units.
So to be clear, the only means of egress is gonna be on Mary Michi Road, coming off of 28.
Yes,
That's the only means of egress that you will have,
Yes.
not onto the other road that's where the self-storage is. Yes, thank you.
so with your frontage on Miramichi, pardon me if I butcher that word, you're somewhere in the center of your property?
no,
Of your frontage?
I'm 11 to 12 feet off the lot line going towards the old Wolfboro Road.
It's kind of towards the back side of the.
Yeah.
Backside,
So
okay.
28
You're
would
about
be,
as far away from 28 as you can be, just
yeah,
about.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stephanie, this Tom Lee, I'm sorry, Joe, you,
I've never been on that road, Miramichi.
Sure.
How wide is it?
Um,
Two cars just fit?
Yeah,
With
yeah.
no breakdown lane?
They just paved it and did drainage and this and that. And most of the town roads that are being built now, gotta be 20 feet of hot top, 2-foot shoulder and a 2-foot shoulder, on each side. So it's basically, but that's an old existing road.
Right.
So it's, I mean, 2 cars can pass. I mean,
Yeah.
it's,
But I'm just envisioning it, triaxles sometimes need more space than a trailer, but these things going in and out of there, doesn't.
yeah, I mean, when I was doing the driveway entrance, I had my triaxle sitting out there on the road and cars were going by, so.
It's not a super narrow road. It doesn't have a ton of shoulder because it has some real nice ditch lines that the town must have done recently.
Yeah, they just redid it.
I've driven
Yeah.
down.
But yeah, again, I mean, I was out there surveying and had my pickup parked on the side of the road for half the day, and it's not that trafficked either. So that's.
okay, so this is Tom Lee, from your driveway, or from the driveway, Stephanie, heading out Miramichi Road, which is gonna be your access road to 28. Are there any abutters from the driveway out to 28?
2.
Two, yep,
On the opposite side, obviously, there's
Yes.
2 residential homes.
yes.
Okay.
Any more questions from the board, Tim? Yep. Okay, no more questions. Is there anything you two want to add before I put it to public input?
It's pretty well laid out.
No, I mean, we usually ask the appropriate sometimes we ask stupid questions, but we want to make sure that it's on the record.
Yeah.
All right, so it may be obvious to you guys, but it might not be obvious, or it could be a question, but sometimes we ask more questions than, even though we know probably what the answer might be. So,
Right.
please bear with us.
Sure.
So I'm going to open it up to Joe, you got another question?
This is Joe Mankus. I just want to clarify one more thing. So you purchased this property in 2024? How long have you had the property?
Well, I had 3 acres that I got from Jeff Hertel. And then I purchased another acre off him just this spring.
Okay, so that's what this deed here is. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Any more questions from the board?
No problem.
Well, that's a good thing. Okay, great. So we're going to open this up to the public. Is there anybody in the audience that is in favor of this applicant's proposal that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Come on up.
Please, you
Come on
gotta
up and
come up and you
introduce
gotta, if you would give your name.
Donald, I live just down the road on Lily Pond Road. But I think you guys have this set up backwards before you.
You sit and give us your name
You
and
should-
address.
I'm
please.
Joe McDonald.
Yep,
I live just down the road from this.
yep.
Personal statement, I think you people have this set up backwards. It's hard to speak for something until you know why people are against it. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
To me, this is an ideal spot for something like this. I don't believe there's a major impact because there's no night traffic really. There's no effect on anything other than during the workday, and it's on a town road. If people want to control the traffic on their road, they should be living in a gated community. This is out in the middle of nowhere, basically. And I'm sure he would get an access on the highway if the state would let him, but it's a limited access highway. They won't allow that. And you got to stop driving business out of this town. This is tax dollars with no impact on school, which puts less impact on the taxes. It's just my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more question. Are you in a butter of this?
I'm not
property?
an actual abutter. I'm just down the road.
Got it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in favor of this applicant's proposal? Hearing none, is there anyone that is opposed to this applicant's proposed use? Yes, ma'am. Would you come up, please? Okay, thank you. Would you kindly state your name and your address, and if you're in a butter?
Certainly. My name is Kathy Fairman, and I live at 41 Miramichi Hill Road, and I'm in a butter. And just so you understand, it's not gonna be, I'm going to walk around if you don't.
Sure. Okay, so Miramichi is to the right of you.
You're right.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
28.
Correct. Miramichi is coming down on the right.
Yeah, and that's the right.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm right. 28 Miramichi Hill Road continues down this way.
So you're on the opposite side of 28. Right across. Okay, yep, yep. Okay,
And this is the driveway.
That's correct.
driveway. there.
Thank you. I've been asked to read a letter from the neighbors and abutters in the area that we put together, it's signed, and we did submit it on Tuesday, and we'd like to read that into the record, if that's all right with you. It comes signed by 17, all of the abutters and a couple of neighbors who are on the road as well. Daniel and Donna Riley, Robert and Catherine Gould, Robert and Kathy Cicenario. I apologize. about that. And don't worry about it butchering Miramichi Hill Road, the name of it. My family's been doing so for over 70 years. Ray and Lisa Fortin, Chip and Laura Pasquarelli, Thomas Pasquarello, and Alan and Lisa Bald, and myself, Catherine Fairman, and my nephew David and his wife Marilyn Slade. Dear members of the Alton ZBA, we are writing in regard to case number Z25-36, submitted by Changing Seasons Engineering PLLC, Stephanie Richard, agent for Richard Lundy, owner map 15, lot 9-3-1, Miramichi Hill Road, requesting a special exception under Article 400, Section 401.4.17 to permit a contractor's yard on this lot in the rural residential zone. This lot is located on the southwesterly corner of Route 28 and Miramichi Hill. We have reviewed the following description of a contractor's yard as per the town's zoning ordinance. And I quote, "A lot or portion of a lot used for the storage and or maintenance of equipment material used in a contractor's business. Retail and wholesale sales of construction and landscape materials, such as, but not limited to, sand, gravel, crushed stone, knit pack, mulch, soil, and wood chips, and processing of material, crushing, grinding, washing, etc. We, the abutters and neighbors on Miramichi Hill Road and or the Old Wolfboro Road to map lot 9-3-1, request that the Alton Zoning Board of Adjustment deny the request for a special exception because the project does not meet the town's criteria as listed in the ZBA's special exception worksheet in the following areas. The specific site is not an appropriate location for the use for two reasons. First, Miramichi Hill Road, though less than a quarter-mile long, is a wholly residential street with 7 year-round homes in keeping with its designation as a rural residential zone. We choose to live here because we like our quiet rural atmosphere. Introducing a commercial enterprise like a contractor's yard would change that atmosphere, bringing increased traffic with heavy equipment, resulting in noise, dust, and disruption to our rural setting. Second, both Miramichi Hill Road and the Old Wolfboro Road, which intersect on the southeasterly end of Miramichi, are posted for several weeks every spring with a limit of 6 tons to prevent damage to the roads during spring thaw. Loaded dump trucks, typically weighing up to 25 tons, more than 4 times that 6-ton limit, will break down those roads, especially during the thaw. The cost for repair and rebuilding will fall to the taxpayers. 2, property values on Miramichi Hill Road would decline if this use is permitted on this site. Few people would choose to live near a contractor's yard for the reasons I just cited. 3, permitting a contractor's yard in this location will present an undue nuisance and serious hazards to pedestrians, residents, and vehicular traffic. The access from Miramichi Hill Road to Route 28 is not well suited for frequent comings and goings of any type of vehicle, but especially not large, heavy commercial trucks, which would frequent a contractor's yard. The intersection is located on a banked curve on Route 28, with traffic traveling at 55 miles per hour or greater in both directions. The grade on the apron on Miramichi Hill Road runs downhill, while Route 28 is banked upwards. A large, heavy vehicle entering or leaving traffic at this location would confront several hazards because of the lack of visibility of traffic coming from both the right and left, and because of the lack of sufficient turning radius to enter the breakdown lane where the trucks can get up to speed before entering the traffic. It is much safer for vehicles to use the northerly intersection of Route 28 and the Old Wolfboro Road right across from 28A, and many of us who live in this area do just that. I think someone mentioned that there's not a lot of traffic going in and out of that corner of Miramichi Hill directly on because it is so difficult to get out and so unsafe. We can anticipate that dump trucks coming and going to the contractor's yard would as well use the other passing directly through not only the eastern end of Miramichi Hill, but also past a half a dozen houses down the steep hill on the northern end of Old Wolfboro Road, creating a hazard to pedestrians and a serious noise nuisance from engine retarders, Jake brakes, further disrupting our rural atmosphere. While it is not mentioned in the list of criteria to be considered by the ZBA, we would also like to point out that there is no greater community need for a contractor's yard in this part of town. There are presently two located less than half a mile away on the road to the Alton Recycling Center, a more appropriate and safe location, not in a residential neighborhood. Given the overwhelming opposition by abutters and neighbors demonstrated in this letter, and in all fairness to the applicant, it would seem appropriate for the ZBA to vote to deny the special exception sooner rather than later. And it is signed by all of the aforementioned people on the letter. I would like to just speak from a personal note here as well. I have been a small business owner here in the Lakes region for over 40 years. My family has lived on Miramichi Hill Road since 1954, and over 50 years plus I've been a resident here in Alton, went to school here, so do my kids. So I've also served, as a small business owner, I've served for the last 15 years on a local economic development committee. I've taken the UNH's economic development course, and I understand the importance of small businesses. And I like to support other small businesses. I believe they are the heart of our towns and our country, and it's very important. But this time, I can't support this because it's just not an appropriate location. And as one of the businesses I own happens to be a trolley company, so I own a large vehicle. And I know I would not take it out that entrance. The road curves like this, that works for both sides of the table here. But you go down that exit from Miramichi Hill, you have to go up, and there's no way to get out there and get moving if you've got any weight in your vehicle. The width of the road you were discussing, it is improved on that side of the road. On our side of the road, we have a nice paved apron. We choose to keep it as a gravel road. But then we have seen the improvement over there, walked it many times, but it doesn't have wide, the sides on it, and there just isn't room to make those curves coming out. So it's not a safe entrance or exit for a large vehicle. The noise, we had a great example of what we would anticipate from noise for large vehicles during the construction of the storage units, which are next door to it. And the confusion about whether or not the storage units were on Miramichi Hill is understandable, because when that application came in for a special exception, which I did support at that time, the units were going to come all the way across to Miramichi Hill Road. So it's understandable that that's why. And then they did a property line adjustment, and I understand the property was sold to Mr. Lundy. I don't think it's caught up online yet, so it doesn't necessarily appear. It looks like it might still be owned by Mr. Hertel, but I heard today Mr. Lundy say that he does actually own that property. So we need housing. We talk about the importance of small businesses. Well, small businesses and all businesses in the area are dependent on housing, and we need more homes. This is a wonderful location for a house. It's a whole residential area, and I encourage Mr. Lundy to make it into a house and a house lot and put a nice another house in our nice little quiet neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir. In opposition, right? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David Slade. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my testimony. I'm on 53 Miramichi Hill Road, right behind my Aunt Kathy. I am an abutter, though. on lot 1510 because I own along the road. And you can check, it should be on the map, but there's been some property adjustments. Anyway, you already have a letter of objection from me in your file. That letter concentrated primarily on the hazardous nature of the intersection, as Kathy described. And in fact, I attached to it a picture of an obvious accident that occurred fairly recently there. The fact that the exit, the driveway for the property is on Miramichi Hill Road, I think is irrelevant for this purpose because, as Kathy's described, you still need to exit from Miramichi Hill Road onto Route 28 or down the other way, and that presents the difficulties that she mentioned. But that's not why I chose to give you further testimony tonight. The reason I did this is another issue, special issue I wanted to bring to your attention, and that's related to the fact that Mr. Lundy asserts in his application that his operation of a contractor's yard right next to all the abutting residential properties, and I note here that none of the abutters are in favor of the property, unlike the previous case you just heard. But anyway, that it will have a low impact, that the resulting noise, dust, and disturbance will be minimal. But over the past couple months, Mr. Lundy has already been effectively operating a contractor's yard on the neighboring property owned by Mr. Hertel, the one that you were asking about. Well, okay. If I could just continue. That operation, and I have pictures I'm going to leave to you with my testimony of the operation going on here. I can walk over with you. This is the operation as of September 3rd. I mean, that's a pretty big pile of dirt there and gravel. This one shows how it changed between the 3rd and the 5th. I'll leave all these pictures with you. I'm just trying to demonstrate, the nature of the operation that's happening.
Yeah.
On Mr. Hertel's property.
So is that Mr. Lundy's property?
No, but
So how do you know that that is Mr. Lundy's operation? Okay, and how do you know he's not working for the owner of that property?
The question I have, and I think it's really the fact that about saying that the testimony is the digging of that pit could actually explain how the size and the changing nature of those piles of dirt and gravel, and why there are so many trucks on the property. And I suspect that some of the other butters will testify that there's been all kinds of operations, trucks coming in off property that just at least raise a question whether or not in fact this is all just digging of a ditch.
Thank you for the information.
Yes, okay, so, the reason why I'm raising this point, is not to call into question whether or not there is actually a contractor's yard going on there now, because that would obviously be inconsistent with the restriction, the special exception for this property which now exists, that it be used as self-storage, right? That is a question for another day. The only reason I'm raising the question, and I'm confident that other abutters will testify to this as well, is we don't need to speculate whether or not there's going to be noise, dust, disruption, loud sounds from the operations being proposed for this contractor's yard. We've already experienced it. What's happening there is very, very similar to a contractor's yard, even if it is just the digging of a ditch.
And it's very noisy. It's very disruptive. That together with the trucks coming on and off the property. So that's the main point I'm trying to make, is that this is not hypothetical. We don't need to speculate whether or not there's going to be noise disruption. We've already experienced it. And at a distance from our property, because most of us are along Miramichi Hill Road, at a distance from the property, and imagine how much more disruptive is going to be when it's right next door. I mean, this is a very, very rural, residential area, and an operation like this, will undoubtedly cause that disruption. That's all I really want to say.
Thank you very much. Anyone else that's opposed to this applicant's application? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm gonna pass it down with these guys.
Lisa Bald, and we live right on the corner of Miramichi. We're one of the two that are across the way. And just, yeah, I know you don't want personal, but I'm just going to give you kind of citing some of the things that they were talking about. In regards to the trees that are going to be left, they've already destroyed the trees. It wasn't Mr. Lundy, it was when Mr. Herzl had come in, they cleared a ton of trees. So what we used to have as a really nice buffer is no longer, and especially across from my porch, it's just open and it's not aesthetically pleasing at all anymore, which again is kind of moot. The other thing is that it's a very short street, and I walk that street a lot. And since he's had a special, I think what happened was he got a special exception to doing some of the work back there because he couldn't have his equipment somewhere else. Anyways, that's regardless. But the noise and the dust and the very short road, we feel everything inside the house. When those trucks go by, my house is shaking, and that's not an exaggeration, that is a fact. And when I'm walking up the street, it's not a wide street. So when you have a dump truck and you're trying to walk and it's coming through, it doesn't give you a safe feeling in a place where, I mean, my husband's been there for close to 30 years now. I've been there since 2011. But it's been extremely disruptive. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else that is opposed to? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Catherine Gould. I live at 675 Old Wolfboro Road. I am an abutter to Mr. Lundy. And we moved to Alton 5 years ago, hoping that we were moving to a rural residential area. And that's what we were counting on. And it's just, we do not want a contractor's yard abutted to our land. And once again, all the trees have been stripped on his property up against my property. It's not pretty. We see big dirt piles right now. And we hear when Mr. Lundy was working for Jeff or whatever was going on over there, we hear the tailgate slam and 7 o'clock in the morning, Saturday, Sunday. And I'm sure none of you would want that in your backyard. And you really have to take that in consideration because this is rural residential. And we're right on next to the corner of Miramichi. And I like to walk that road with my dog. And if there's big trucks going on that road and another car or truck is trying to get by, it's not like the road and then the dirt. It's a ditch. So I'm going to have to be in the ditch with my dog. And I like to walk with my friends. And I just don't feel like having dump trucks with big trailers behind it and trying to pull out there. My children come to visit me and they come around that corner. I don't want them to deal with that either. I just feel it's an unsafe area, and I don't want it in my backyard. So I hope you take that into consideration. Would you want that in your backyard with tailgate slamming and having it on the weekend? I mean, I have a nice backyard. I like to sit out there and enjoy it and hear birds, and I don't want to hear dump trucks, and I don't want to have the dust in my yard, on my house. I just don't think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that's in opposition that's present? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening.
Please make sure you use the microphone.
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa Fortin. I live at 6 Miramichi Hill Road, on the old corner of Old Wolfboro Road and Miramichi Hill Road. I have been a school bus driver in this town for 27 years. There was a time when the school bus route, carrying Mr. Lundy's children, used to come across 28, come up Old Wolfboro Road, and then come down Miramichi to pick up there were 3 students at the time. And then coming to the end of Miramichi to get back onto 28, it was deemed unsafe to enter 28 from Miramichi. So if a 40-foot bus carrying students had made the safety decision to not come onto that roadway, with everybody, it's a corner coming from 28A, from the Wolfboro side, heading onto 28. And so large vehicles don't giddy up and go just like a regular car. So they stopped that route. So the route still crossed 28, came up Old Wolfboro Road, and the residents that had children on Miramichi Hill Road were asked to walk out to the Wolfboro roadside as it was deemed safer, so that that school bus did not go out. I myself no longer have that route, but that when I came back to the bus after being absent for 3 years, they had changed that, and so now the residents had to go out to Old Wolfboro Road, and then the bus continued down Old Wolfboro Road versus trying to come out onto a dangerous intersection. On another point, whether it was misspoken as to the opposed right-of-way, there's already a driveway that has been stoned and laid out. They have not been using it. There's been an excavator that's been sitting there time and again. But it hasn't, I haven't seen any trucks going in and out of there yet, but they were building that, and that is already in place. Otherwise, I have nothing further for you this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else that would like to oppose? Yes, sir.
Name's Ray Fortin, 6 Miramichi Hill. Lived and breathed construction for the last close to 40 years. Love Rick and Joe, but I disagree with the area. Only because I know what it's going to bring to the neighborhood for noise. I hope he's able to find a better suited place than a residential area. That's all I got, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Anyone else that's opposed to this application? Seeing none, hearing none, I'm going to close.
I have, yeah, excuse me. Yeah, this is a letter submitted. We often get emails or correspondence, and although these people were involved in the first testimony, being in opposition as an abutter, they did submit this other detail, so it's on record. I just will quickly run through it. This is from Rob and Kathy Secanaro. And in regards to this, they say they are strongly against granting permission to use this property as a contractor yard, especially for an excavation business. Having spent over 30 years in construction as a site supervisor and construction manager, working for building and excavation companies, I have extensive knowledge of the operation of an excavation business and what it entails. It is the noisiest of all construction trades. Trucks dumping loads of materials will slam the tailgate to knock material loose. That creates a thunderous boom that reverberates for a long distance. Excavators with squeaky tracks moving about, loaders feeding loam or gravel into screening machines that produce a constant droning noise. Dust, air brakes, and exhaust fumes are also a major nuisance. Trucks frequently drive in and out of the lot, pick up materials, drop off materials, excavation equipment, etc. There's also the garage, which is used for repairs of trucks and equipment. There'll be high-pitched air tools, loud metal grinding tools, and other noises associated with a repair shop. They can claim that they will limit the days and hours of operation, but this is far from reality in this type of business. Weather delays and equipment breakdowns necessitate working long hours and weekends in the repair garage and/or machinery and truck operations to meet construction schedules. Any contractor yard is noisy and disruptive, and excavation business is the worst of them because of the potential for extreme noise, fumes, and likely long hours going into 7 days a week of an operation. It's not the right fit for this residential neighborhood. Sincerely, Rob and Kathy Secanaro.
Okay. I'm going to now close the public hearing portion and give the applicant a chance to rebut anything that was said. Yes, Mr. Lundy.
Rick Lundy. They're going a little overboard with this thing. We go to work every day, okay? Yeah, it's a yard. It's where we go. But we're off doing jobs all over town. We don't sit and play in the sandbox all day. You know, we have to go out and make money. As far as hotels, it was a couple thousand yards alone that we stripped off his lot when we did the storage unit. Big pile of loam. Well, that had to go because we have to finish his job over there for snow storage, and that had to be all flattened off. So we got screened all the loam, got it all out of there, and finishing that up, and that's the end of that. It's not a contracted yard over there. And so we're not crushing gravel over in what we want to do there. Yeah, we're going to have a pile of sand and stone for our own use. We go to work every day. We're off doing jobs all over town. We're not playing there every day. So, I mean, and as far as getting out on Miramichi, we can also take a right out of our driveway, which we already have a permit from the town to put that entrance in. So all these people are talking about, you put an entrance in, and I went downtown, I got an entrance for a driveway entrance. The town guy came up, looked at where I wanted to put it, approved it, I put it in, that was the end of it. But I can also come out and I can take a right and go to Old Wolfboro Road. I can go down to the left and go down to that intersection. I can go all the way down Old Wolfboro Road and come out back on 28 downtown. So it's not like, you know, I have to take a big trail or a piece of equipment or dump truck down Miramichi and get on that so-called dangerous curve, whatever.
Mr. Lundy, a couple questions. This is Tom Lee. So you were contracted to do the storage facility work as an excavator. Hence, the Lundy equipment on that lot?
Yes.
Okay, understood. In regards to the recent letter I just read, the person is questioning the garage and working on the equipment. That's what the garage is proposed to do. It's going to be a quote-unquote repair shop, would you say?
Yeah.
Okay. And you have hours of operations that you posted on this proposal?
Yes.
And you're working 6 days a week? I believe it's till 5, Monday through Friday, till 2 o'clock on Saturday?
Yes.
So there's no work outside of those hours, regardless of repairs, tracks that break, or anything else? Is that correct?
I mean, I like to take a little bit of time off, not, I don't get a lot, but.
But you hear the concern, well, of air drills and tools working Saturdays and Sundays so you can get back on schedule for Monday for broken equipment.
We do our thing, but if that's what we're limited to, then that's what we gotta do. I mean,
So,
Conditions.
so to be clear, Mr. Lundy, the timeline that you are proposing is what you've stated in your application, Monday through Friday from what time to what time?
Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturday, 7 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Okay. So as a condition, if we were to approve this, okay, that is what you're saying and stating that you would do.
yeah, I mean.
Is that correct?
If that's what I'm limited to do, then that's what I have to do.
Right.
But the other thing, it was just a few years ago when John Diva was the building inspector. I asked him what could be done on that piece of land, and he gave me a paper highlighted that was zoned for contractor's yard, self-storage. Then it went to special exception. But it wasn't that many years ago that that was zoned, just like Jeff Hertel's. That was zoned for self-storage, contractor's yard. So, I mean, it's not like I'm asking for something in the middle of a neighborhood.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, zones change, so. Is there anything else that you would like to rebut or talk about before we go to the worksheet?
I mean, I have a couple of things that people brought up. The posting of the roads was brought up, which, I mean, he already is accustomed to dealing with that on jobs. You know, things slow down certainly during that time of year, and he'll have to follow the rules just as anyone else will.
Yeah, I
We
can't.
talked about the intersection. You know, it was mentioned that there's already contractor yards in this area, which, you know, may or may not be true, but he doesn't have a place to store his equipment in this area. So it's, you know, that becomes the need, is for this local business owner needing a space to store his own equipment all in one place. We've already addressed the work at self-storage. You know, as far as the trees have already been cut, you know, yeah, that's a fact. It was cleared years ago. And I mean, at this point, it's going to sort of be, you know, allowing vegetation to regrow within those buffers will be more of the situation, in addition to the, you know, earth berms that are proposed. We talked about the driveway and that. Okay, yeah, that's what I have.
Any other questions from the board? No? Joe?
I remember asking this question last time we were here, but are you planning on crushing and storing, washing?
No,
No storage?
I don't do that.
Equipment only,
Yeah.
okay.
Only
Well,
thing.
it was brought up, someone
No,
did.
the only thing we do is we screen loam twice a year. Okay? No crushing. I'm not into crushing gravel.
Okay,
I buy gravel, I take it to the job, we use it.
right,
We don't crush gravel.
okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul LaRochelle. what would you say your average travel time would be in and out of, whether you take them out onto 28 or come out onto Old Wolper Road? How many times a day do you feel as though that you'd be going in and out of there?
Most
on
of
an
the,
average?
most of the time, my trucks go to a pit. And we buy the material. It goes straight to the job. The only time I stockpile a little bit of stuff is because I take a rainy day, or I take a day that one or two of the trucks aren't busy, and I'll put them on stockpiling material at my yard, just so I have some on hand when I need it. I got it. I don't have to go so far to get it.
So what do you feel as though, what's the average? You're in and out of there with your operations. You come in, you say like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
You start up your vehicles.
90%.
You grab your equipment that you need, your trailers, your excavators.
Yeah, 90% of the time, the trucks leave and they go off to a job or 2 jobs for the day, and they're gone. And they come back at night. You know, it's not like we work there every day, because we don't. We have jobs everywhere.
So you're not there during the day that much doing, obviously you can't predict when you have breakdown
Right.
or work that you gotta do on the vehicles, which you'd be doing on the inside of the building.
Right.
Not on the outside of the building. to
Like I
reduce-
say, 90% of the time, we leave the shop at 7:30, and we come back, and that's at the, you know, we're off doing jobs. We don't work there every day.
In terms of the buildings, is that a conventional frame?
Yes,
Conventional frame, siding,
probably vinyl siding.
vinyl siding?
Yep,
Overhead doors that are
yep.
asphalt roof
Yeah.
or metal
Yeah,
roof?
no, I won't do a metal roof, and I won't do a metal building.
So,
I'm sorry, and that's facing the front of the building.
Garage doors would be facing
the back.
towards hotels, self-storage.
So you don't see that, you're seeing basically aesthetically the back of the building
Yes.
from the
Yeah,
driveway.
the garage doors would be facing south.
Thank you.
Mr. Lundy, if this board was to approve this approval, your application, you would still need to go to the planning board, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And they may put other conditions on you in terms of whatever the planning board decides. Is that correct? And I'm assuming you have not applied for a septic design as of yet?
No, we
No.
have to get through all of this before
That
we
would be-
finalize
yeah.
that, yeah. We have done some test pits out there to kind of get an idea of what we're looking at. but-
So you have done some test pits? Any questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for, okay, I would ask the board that we go to the worksheet. And, okay, Tom, you want to start us off?
Sure. A plat has been submitted in accordance with the appropriate criteria in Article 500, Section 520B. That would be yes.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
The specific site, in my opinion, is an appropriate location for the use. This is a 12-acre lot associated on 28 and Miramichi Road. There is abutted up to which was allowed by special exception, the storage facility. And I think that this is an appropriate location because, again, this is something that, an operation that can be done in the area. I think it can be done neatly and clean if it's done appropriately, and those things would be imposed onto the contractor by the planning board of times of operation and what you can actually do in and out of there. And that's my opinion.
I think the specific site is not an appropriate location for this business. This is a quiet residential area, and I think this business is incompatible with that.
I agree with Tim. I believe it is not. It's a residential area, and they have voiced many concerns, but I don't believe this is an appropriate location.
I agree with Paul that I think it's appropriate.
I agree that I also feel it's an appropriate location.
It's inappropriate?
It's appropriate.
Appropriate. Okay.
Factual evidence is not found that the property value in the district will be reduced. There was very little testimony with respect to property values, and none of it was factual. I think it might be inferred that property values would decline with an incompatible business in the area, but there wasn't any evidence to that effect.
I agree. I did not hear any factual or see any factual evidence of the property value being decreased.
There was no actual factual information given that property values of the district would be reduced in incompatible land.
I agree.
I agree for the same reason.
Abutters, there is valid objection from abutters based on demonstrable fact, and it seems like all the abutters are objecting to this.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I said there is valid objection from the abutters. I should fix
Okay, so you feel that there is valid objections?
Correct.
Yep. I disagree. I don't think there was, although there were objections, I don't know if there were valid objections from the abutters based on demonstrable facts.
I agree.
And I agree as well. I respect totally everyone's, the butters' opinions and what they feel as though, but there was no demonstrable fact.
I think there was several demonstrable facts that were good objections from the abutters having to do with safety of getting in and on off 28, using the road for walking or being out and about. So I think there were several valid objections from abutters.
So you felt there is objections, right?
Yeah, Tim does, yeah.
Nuisance. I believe that there is no undue nuisance or serious hazard to pedestrian or vehicle traffic based on what has been demonstrated. The road, there are different ways that the applicant can go into the road to make sure that that vehicle traffic is done, and knowing the type of traffic that he's going to create in and out all day long, I don't think there's any undue nuisance or serious hazard to pedestrian or vehicle traffic.
I agree.
And I agree as well for the same reasons.
I disagree. I think there is undue nuisance or serious hazard, and I think that was one of the valid objections of the abutters.
I agree with Tim. I believe the noise is going to be a nuisance. I believe it's a hazard pulling in and out of there in these trucks. So I say there is.
Okay, I need help on this one. Who?
You were in favor, I was in favor, Paul was in favor.
And Tim and
Tim and
Joe
Joe
would no.
were again.
Right, okay.
Okay, in regards to facilities, adequate and appropriate facilities and utilities will be provided to ensure the proper operation of the proposed use or structure. I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree. Well,
Yes. There is adequate area for safe and sanitary sewage disposal and water supply. This is yet to go through the planning department and go through the proper process of applying for a septic design and going through the proper channels with the town.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Jim?
The proposed use or structure is not consistent with the spirit of the ordinance. The ordinance requires a special exception, and I think several of the criteria of the special exception have not been met.
I agree.
I disagree. I think it is consistent with the ordinance and the intent of the master plan based on the fact that we have small businesses that need to stay in place in the town of Alton. And although this is in a residential zone, this is on the corner of Route 28 and Miramichi Road.
I agree. Same reasons.
I agree as well. I do believe that this is following in the steps of the master plan of future businesses and businesses staying in the town of Alton. It's important that these businesses stay, and in fact, these type of businesses also help facilitate and build the residential homes that we so desperately need. So without them, we don't get these new houses built.
Did that finish everybody? Yeah. I think it did.
Yeah.
Okay. So just give me a second here. I gotta, so, so, 3, 2, 5, yes, 5, yes, 3, 2. Okay. So we'll read these off. For acceptance, we have it unanimous, 5 yes. For, please correct me if I'm wrong, anybody.
Yep, go ahead.
For appropriateness, we have, the specific site is 3 yes, 2 no.
Correct.
Okay, for value, we have 5 yes, unanimous.
Correct.
Abutters, we have 3, there is no valid objection, and 2, that there is a valid objection.
Correct.
Did I do that right?
Yes.
Okay, nuisance, we have 3, that there is no undue nuisance, and 2 that believe that there is.
Correct.
On the facilities, we have adequate and appropriate facilities, 5 unanimous, yes. Sewerage, 5 unanimous, yes. And the intent is either consistent or not consistent. We have 3 that say it's consistent and 2 that say it's not.
Correct.
Did I get that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I got it correct, because there is a difference of opinion by the board members. So, in everything that I see, can I get a motion to accept this plan, a special exception based on the worksheet, the exception worksheet?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve case number Z25-36, Changing Seasons Engineering, Stephanie Richard, agent, and Richard Lundy, owner, for map 15, lot 9-3, 1 Miramichi, Michi Hill Road, for a special exception from Article 400, Section 400, D17, to permit a contractor's yard.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
So three in favor and 2 opposed. Okay, thank you very much. You have your approval. Good luck.
Good luck with everything.
Okay. Okay. Case. Okay.
I'm not, well, it's a share, it's a heavy share.
Okay, so, Norma, I'm sorry, Norma. Norma said that Jason is here, our attorney.
Yes.
If we want to have a discussion with him beforehand, we can do it non-public.
Okay, we can go in.
We can go in.
In the other room, do you want to?
Yeah.
Yeah, why
Do
not?
that?
Why not?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
go in the
Just
same
go
room.
into one of the other rooms, Jason, okay? Yeah. Okay,
All right,
after the presentations.
Yep,
after the presentation.
yep, that
Okay.
sounds good.
So we can do that after the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. So Z 25-32, okay? Map lot 9, lot 33-2. Paul Manzioni applicant, New Hampshire Route 11-239, Henry Wilson Highway, and an administrative appeal is requested for Article 500, Section 520E, in reference to the planning board's interpretation of a 2-year deadline in the Alton zoning ordinance and predetermination of an application prior to a hearing on 6/17/25. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Nix. I'm an attorney representing Paul Manzioni. To get going tonight, I've put together an outline of my presentation that I'd like to
Thank you.
Yes. Oh. Sorry about that. We're before the board tonight to request the board to interpret or to overturn the planning board's interpretation of the zoning ordinance, which would require that this board interpret the zoning ordinance. The question presented is, did the planning board err when it determined that the 2-year time limit for special exception is suspended during a court appeal? And that language appears in both the Alton zoning ordinance at section 520.E and RSA 674-33 Roman 4B. And so, just in way of background, I'm just going to go through this very quickly. All of what I'm going to say in the way of background are facts that are derived from the underlying appeal that has, or permitting process and appeals that have been going on for the last few years. In 2018, Nicastro and Goodrich, who are the underlying applicants in this approval and appeal, started a construction yard on their property without planning board and zoning board permits. And I've referenced the letter from Nicastro and Goodrich indicating same. 3 years later, on October 14th, the applicants filed an application with a special exception with the ZBA for a construction yard. After several ZBA hearings, the special exception was granted on April 7th, 2022. That's an important date in our discussion tonight. The abutter, Mr. Manzioni, appealed the special exception to the Superior Court and the Supreme Court. By order dated May 13th, 2024, the Supreme Court affirmed the ZBA's decision. That date is also important tonight. 2 years from the April 7th, 2022 ZBA decision was April 7th, 2024. And again, I'm going to go through the facts here. Almost a year after the Supreme Court order on April 29th, 2025, the applicants filed an application for site plan approval with the Alton Planning Board. And I've referenced the Planning Board approval and bylaws. The minutes of the June 17th, 2025 public hearing stated, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce this, Mr. Bonopane noted that the town council stated that since the ZBA application was caught up in litigation, the special exception would expire on May 13th, 2026, which would be after the time period that they filed for the ZBA. The planning board approved the site plan on June 17th, 2025. Mr. Manzioni takes the position that the ZBA application expired on April 7th, 2022, which was prior to the planning board application. I have on page 2 of my handout, I've listed the applicable laws. 674-33, Roman 4B is a special exception, and I'm going to paraphrase this because I have the entire statute in the document, but the special exception is valid for a period of 2 years from final approval, unless the zoning board for good cause provides an extension, or unless there is an application before the planning board. And I will say now that neither one of those continuances occurred in this particular case. In other words, the applicant did not come back to the planning board, the ZBA, and ask for a continuance of the approval, and they did not file with the planning board within the 2 years. RSA 677-9, with the heading restraining order, is what I have on the board up here, which states, and I'm going to read the first sentence, the filing of an appeal shall not stay in any enforcement proceedings upon the decision appealed from, comma, and shall not have the effect of suspending the decision of the zoning board of adjustment or local legislative body, period. However, comma, the court, comma, on application and notice, comma, for good cause shown, comma, may grant a restraining order. I specifically read the commas and periods because they become very important in the analysis. The municipality has under zoning, the municipality only has the power that the state grants it. And what the municipality must do is exercise that power in conformance with the legislation. Another rule that we will talk about tonight is in RSA 21:2, common usage. This is not cited very often, but it's in the statute. And what it says is, words and phrases shall be construed according to the common and approved usage of the language. But technical words and phrases and such others as may have acquired a peculiar and appropriate meaning in the law shall be construed and understood according to such peculiar and appropriate meaning. What we're focused on is the first clause, where it says that words and phrases shall be in according to the common and approved usage. Under paragraph 5, page 3, I've cited the section 520 E of the zoning ordinance that says that a special exception is valid for 2 years. The rules of statutory construction govern the interpretation of the zoning ordinance, and I've cited Lincoln versus Chenard for that. Regarding statutory interpretation, in matters of statutory interpretation, the ZBA and the courts are the final arbiter of the legislature's intent, as expressed in the words of the statute, considered as a whole. The ZBA is tonight you're acting in a quasi-judicial form, and you are the first stop as far as the interpretation of the zoning ordinance. And that's why we're here. That's why we're looking at these rules of interpretation, and that's and the arguments supporting that. In general, Insulation versus Ekman, which I have cited, the Supreme Court applied the rule of grammar that, and I'll get into this a little more detail later, but where clause A, the rule of grammar where clause A is separated from clause B by a comma, and then the word and, clause A and clause B are read separately. And I will get into that in just a minute and explain that in more detail. Other rules that we need to look at, under 677-9 restraining order, the term restraining order is a statutory subdivision heading. And in the State versus Legary, again, might not be pronouncing that right, as cited, this New Hampshire Supreme Court defined headings in part as a brief title or caption of the section of the statute. And the court went on to say that the section heading should briefly and specifically disclose the content of the section. This is the important part. It should not be a recapitulation of the contents of the section. In the treatise Reading Law, the interpretation of legal texts by Anthony Scalia, United States Supreme Court Anthony Scalia and Brian A. Gardner, I've cited the case of the Brotherhood of the Railroad, and there's a typo in here. It should say the Railroad Tramman versus Baltimore. What Justice Scalia cited was the heading is but a shorthand reference to the general subject matter involved. Headings and titles are not meant to take the place of the detailed provisions in the text. So let's get into the discussion. The town of Alton adopted the provisions of 677-33, adopting the 2-year time limit, as well as adopting the ability to extend the time limit. Under Britton v. Chester, Alton must follow the provisions of the state statute, and Alton must apply the provisions of 677-9 regarding appeals to the Superior Court, which I have up on the board here. The planning, again, this is a case of statutory interpretation. The planning board argues, based on their attorney's opinion, which we do not have, and without any legal support that's in the record, that the 2-year rule is suspended during a court appeal. Or in other words, if the ZBA's decision is appealed to the court, the planning board made the opinion that the 2-year rule is suspended, and that not until the end of all court appeals did the 2 years continue to run. Mr. Manzioni disagrees with that, and the reason he disagrees with it, we'll get into now. I've cited the language of 677-9 several times. It is important to note that 674-33 applies to every, 674-33 is the statute that creates the 2-year limit on a ZBA decision, on the special exception. That becomes part of every ZBA decision. Notwithstanding that statement, the notice of decision in this case specifically stated that the provisions of 674-33 apply. So either way, it's part of the underlying decision. Let's get into the statutory interpretation, which requires grammatical analysis. And I pulled out my grammatically correct handbook, as well as some other sources, to dig into this a little bit and see what we have here.
Excuse me, 1 second.
Sure.
So we need to be grammatically correct?
That's not possible.
Like, I don't know if it's possible for this board to be grammatically
Leave it
correct.
at you, correct?
He got the word.
There's a,
Sorry to.
there's the written word, and then there's the verbal.
I got it. Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
You threw me off. Again, the ZBA is acting in a quasi-judicial capacity. The general rules of grammar apply. In this particular case, what we have is a sentence, and we are looking at first sentence of 677. Filing of the appeal, not stay any enforcement proceeding. Upon the decision appealed from, that's a very important comma, and shall not have the effect of suspending the decision of the zoning. This sentence is drafted with what we call parallel structure. And these handouts are attached, I believe it's Exhibit F, through my handout. So you can't see the board, go to Exhibit F. Parallel construction is where the initial clause modifies each of the 2 later clauses. So what we have here is, if there's an and, this is the sentence, if there's a comma in front of the word and, between clause A and B, the clause is in a red sentence. Let's start with comma and. So let's go to the analysis, 6779. The first parallel clause, okay, the filing of the appeal is the parallel, is the first parallel clause. Clause A, the filing of the appeal shall not stay the enforcement proceedings upon the decision appealed from. This has to do with enforcement proceedings. Then we have a comma and an and. This clause and this clause are completely separate under the rules because of the comma and the and. It's all over in grammar. So what we do is we apply the parallel clause and we take the filing of the appeal, remember that was up here, shall not have the effect of suspending the decision of the zoning board of adjustment. This means that the appeal to the Superior Court and the Supreme Court does not stop the clock. It doesn't suspend the decision. And I put it in simple terms. The filing of the court appeal will not have the effect of suspending the decision of the zoning board of adjustment. And I'll come back to the restraining order, but This particular interpretation, if you go to page 7, this particular interpretation has been or is in the zoning handbook. And I don't have the exact page, but we can get that. I apologize. And in the zoning handbook, what it says is, this is the Office of State Planning, or whatever they call it these days. It says, if a decision is appealed to Superior Court, this action does not prevent the applicant from utilizing the approval unless the person appealing obtains an order from the court restraining or preventing the applicant from using the approval. The next sentence is very important. An applicant who proceeds to use the approval when an appeal has been filed is doing so at his own risk, because the appeal may ultimately be granted and the decision, reversed, requiring the applicant to undo anything under the approval. So the zoning handbook agrees with my interpretation. Not only the zoning handbook, but the New Hampshire Municipal Association law lecture series from 2003, over 20 years ago, states exactly the same thing. So for over 20 years, and I can tell you that I've been doing this for a lot longer than that, the New Hampshire Municipal Association and the zoning handbook have been telling the ZBAs that my interpretation, or this interpretation of the statute, is correct. It does not stay the time period. I've included a history of the language of the statute at Exhibit D. And the language of the statute goes back to the original zoning ordinance, or the original zoning statute in 1925. And in 1925, the language was, the filing of the petition shall not stay proceedings upon the decision appealed from, but the court may, on application, notice to the board, and cause shown, grant a restraining order. That language is brought forward from 1925 with minor changes until 1996, when the New Hampshire Municipal Association introduced a bill to amend the language and amend much of the language in zoning appeals. And the new language that came forward created this parallel language here. And they left the second clause that said the effect of suspending the decision of the zoning board of adjustment, where it doesn't. They changed stay to suspending. Same idea. Bernie Waugh, who was the New Hampshire Municipal Association forever, was behind the bill, and in 1995 testified before the legislature, and I've put on a portion of his written testimony on page 7, where he says that Section 6, which was this section right here, of the bill clarifies the statute covering what happens during an appeal to the court. In essence, the local board's decision is treated as final and binding unless the Superior Court grants relief from it. This, we believe, is what the current law means, but the wording was very confusing. So in other words, when this language was adopted, the proponents of that language agreed with my interpretation of it, that it suspends the court. That it suspends the, it does not suspend the time limit. I will briefly discuss The restraining order, the first, again, and I apologize, I should have put it up here where, in the statute, right after 677.9, it states, it says restraining. And,
That's on your page 7 here? Page 7 of 8? RSA 677.9?
Yes, that is.
Restraining order?
Yep, restraining order. So the word restraining order is what's called a subdivision heading in the statute. When you open the book, that page, you'll see that it says restraining order. But the rule is that's simply a heading, and that heading cannot trump what's underneath it, the language of what's underneath it. Notwithstanding, in this case, this is sort of a reverse case, because generally, if the applicant were denied the permit, let me put this, if the applicant were granted the permit and an abutter appealed it, the applicant could move forward, could still move forward if the abutter appealed. They could build whatever they were going to build. If the applicant disagreed with that, the applicant could have filed a request for an injunction with the court, asking the court to say, stop the clock, please. That was not done in this case.
And, excuse me, or ask for an extension.
Oh, and right, correct. And I apologize. I used the wrong term. I said temporary. I said injunction, and it's a temporary restraining order, or a restraining order. And a restraining order in New Hampshire, under New Hampshire Civil Practices, states that a restraining order will be granted only to preserve the status quo against the threat of immediate and irremediable harm. So in other words, if the applicant goes to the court and says, oh, wait, I'm being harmed here because of the statute, you could have asked the court to stop it, or come back, as you indicated, or come back. In conclusion, applying the rules of grammar to 677.9 supports that the appeal of the zoning board to the courts does not suspend the 2-year time limit, and a party may petition the court for a restraining order or to the ZBA for an extension. In this particular case, neither one of those happened. And Mr. Manzioni respectfully requests that the ZBA overturn the decision of the planning board and find that the special exception terminated automatically after 2 years.
Could I just add one thing, and that is this handout that you have and what Steve presented is extremely thorough. It involves grammatical textbooks and all this stuff. He felt that that kind of thorough analysis would be helpful to all of you. My position on this was, I just looked at the language in the statute. That's the state statute that governs the board. And the rule of the courts is the first thing you do is you use the plain language of the statute and you go by that. If it's plain language, that's what you're guided by. And I looked at this statute and it says the filing of an appeal shall not stay any enforcement proceeding upon the decision appealed from, and shall not have the effect of suspending the decision of the zoning board of adjustment. The decision of the zoning board includes a 2-year time limit. Every decision the zoning board makes has with it a 2-year time limit. When you appeal, you don't suspend that 2-year time limit. They could have gotten to the planning board within the 2 years and begun the process within the special exception. They could have gone to the ZBA and asked for additional time, or they could have gone to the Superior Court and asked to put things on hold. None of that happened. They sat on that 2 years. It expired. A year after it expired, they went to the planning board for the first time, and I went to the planning board and said, you guys can't give them this approval because in order to get an approval from the planning board, they need a special exception. And guess what? They don't have one because their special exception expired. I wanted to do it by the book. The statute is clear. They didn't do it. They didn't do what they needed to do. They don't have a special exception. They didn't belong at the planning board. And when I tried to tell the planning board that, I was told, our counsel told us that the appeals suspended it. I said, well, you haven't heard what I have to say about that. Doesn't matter. Move on to something else. I wasn't allowed to explain it. So now we've gone into very thorough, detailed analysis, but I think it comes right down to looking at that language and realizing that an appeal does not suspend the decision, and the decision has a 2-year limit. It does not suspend the 2-year limit. It expired. He doesn't have a special exception. So that's why I appealed what the planning board did. Thank you.
Sir, assuming you're correct and the zoning board decision has expired, has it expired with prejudice?
I don't have a real good answer to that, but I would say that if under Fisher v. Dover, to come back with the exact same application, although that was a variance, something would have to change, and that would be up to the applicant to argue what has changed to allow them to come back. But I'm not going to take a position either way on that at this point until I see what happens.
Thank you.
Any other I have a question. In reading through everything that was submitted to us, is it in fact, when the planning board, that there was no legal interpretation from the attorney, from the planning board? It was just that we were told that they were guided by the attorney for the planning board at the time that the 2-year limitation wasn't until May of 26, but there was no legal interpretation. There was no wording, no explanation.
There you go.
That was the word I'm trying.
Yeah.
There was no explanation of
That's
his
correct.
decision.
We don't know what was behind that decision, and we do. I didn't get, in my analysis here, I did not get into the predetermination by the planning board. We did raise that in the appeal, and we do want to preserve that. But to answer your question, there's nothing in the planning board record to indicate what supported that decision.
Support that,
Correct.
what I meant, what supported
that decision.
his
Correct.
interpretation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For the record, Chris Bolt, Donahue, Tucker, Chindel, and Meredith, for John Goodrich and Lisa Nicastro.
Welcome.
Thank you. Glad you're here today. The issue before you was the last couple words of Mr. Manzioni. Plain language of the statute. Unfortunately, they've misdirected you completely because that's not the right statute. The right statute is the one in 674-33. If you don't have your red book, it is cited in Attorney Nix's page 2. And this is a newish provision, 2013, that was created by the legislature to get rid of what was called zombie variances, zombie special exceptions, things that were approved many years ago, but not acted upon, and the neighborhood changed around them. I would argue first and foremost, your planning board did no interpretation of the zoning ordinance. It applied a state statute. Your statute, your ordinance happens to recite the statute, but it's not a provision of your zoning ordinance. Your zoning ordinance would still be valid without that provision, and the statute would still be effective without that provision being in the zoning ordinance. Accordingly, I argue you don't even have jurisdiction to have to worry about this. This is not a provision that you are having to deal with. But assuming you want to deal with it, look at this statute. There are many words that Attorney Nix and Attorney Manzioni didn't cite to you. Let's read it. Special exceptions authorized under this paragraph shall be valid if exercised. That's an important clause. That means they have to use it. They have to be using it on the ground. I think it can be unequivocally stated, my clients have been using their property as a contractor's yard. It actually, I believe, went before 2018, but they have to be if exercised within 2 years from the date of final approval. Final approval is all the court cases are through. Or if further extended by local ordinance or by the zoning ordinance for good cause. I agree, we didn't come back to you. We didn't have to. Provided that no such special exception shall expire within 6 months after the resolution of a planning board matter. Resolution does not mean an appeal, an application filed within the 2 years. It sometimes goes on for much longer. And here we had a case brought by Attorney Manzioni against us. And I trust you know your planning board would not have taken our application while that case was still pending. To have all this tortured grammar, which I must say, as an English major, I'm impressed with, and Mrs. Lowenstein, my fourth grade English teacher, would be very impressed with the analysis of commas and whatnot. But it's irrelevant because that's not the right statute. This one is. And if you want to know why it's important and the language that is there of why final is of key, look in your book at 677:2. That is when a motion for rehearing is required. That states, within 30 days from any order or decision of the ZBA. That's your April 24th of 22 date. That's a decision. This statute and that statute do not use that same word. This is not one of those things where this final appeal language, final decision language starts here because this is the 30-day from just the plain decision, the original decision. Final decision, it's gone through. A decision from you becomes final if there is no request for rehearing within that 30 days. Other than that, it's still up in the air. We don't know if we've got it. We don't know if we don't. Again, we've been exercising throughout the record, I believe, reflects your town planner's letter of why she reached out in the normal course. It is not attached to Attorney Nix's materials, but I believe it is in the file.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It is, yeah.
So that's her process.
Right.
And that's reflective of what she told to the planning board. Be aware, please, that the statutes have also changed with respect to fee shifting. As you may know, House Bill 1661, about 2 years ago, created various changes in the provisions applicable to ZBAs and planning boards, but it expressly created in 677:20 a fee shift that if someone brings an appeal that is found to be in bad faith, the recipient, the applicant, can seek attorney's fees from that party. If an appeal is has to be brought by an applicant, those fees can be applicable to the town. So it's one of those things we suggest that look at which side of the law you would rather be on, a tortured creation here or the very clear plain language of 674:33 Roman 4. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. I know you have counsel. Please listen to your counsel, and we are here to answer any questions you may have from our side of the aisle.
So I have a question in regards to the zombie comment you made. So in other words, just hypothetically, nothing to do with this case, but a case is brought forward, they get an approval from a special exception, the applicant does. There is an abutter who is in disagreement, and they can bring up assorted lawsuits to appeal that decision. Hence, put an applicant in a zombie mode, and they can't function because the legal process is delay, which is a tactic that is used in some cases. I'm not saying in this case. So the applicant, maybe not knowing the law, could, one, just stay and twiddle their thumbs and wait for the courts to work through this. But by law, from what I understand, they have every right to continue to exercise what the zoning board approved.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
To a degree.
Okay.
Let me clarify or correct a couple things. First, the zombie reference is for those things that were granted prior to 2013. Back in the 1990s, 1980s, there were still some things that were technically on the books that hadn't been exercised. And they were starting to come back after the, economic downturns of whatever time period, and were because they run with the land, and they're there. So the legislature changed in 2013 what that provision could be. It has a 2-year lifespan starting going forward. The change came later also to say if you wanted to get rid of all those old ones, you had to make an affirmative change in your zoning ordinance to say so and give notice 2 years to all the other people, and that would then drop off those zombie ones here. You're asking about, okay, now you have an applicant who got a special exception, Mr. Late, tonight, got a special exception. Did the abutters file a suit or not? Don't know. Won't know for 30 days. Did they file a motion for rehearing? If they do, my argument is he's not losing his rights because somebody runs the clock, okay? That this ordinance, this statute, 674:33, says final decision. And the courts say we cannot ignore words. And so that final decision in our case came in May when the Supreme Court gave us the order, May of '24. So that's when the 2-year clock starts to run.
So that's a good point. Okay, so you're maintaining that the final decision was in May,
May of '24, correct.
not the final decision of the ZBA.
It becomes final. Your decision became final when the Supreme Court upheld it.
That's what you're saying,
Correct.
okay? But that's what you're saying.
Yes, and I believe I'm supported in the law by the language of the statute. Not this. This is irrelevant
How can that not be relevant?
because it's brought out originally as an enforcement. If you look at the legislative history and what Bernie was talking about, it's talking about enforcement proceedings, meaning it's the town that filed a cease and desist against an applicant. The applicant comes to the ZBA and loses. This means that the town can go forward and enforce even if he brings a suit, the applicant brings a suit, unless he goes and asks the court for an injunction. Judge, I'm filing this suit. Stop the town from enforcing its provision against me because I think they're doing it wrong. He has to get the injunction. That's not the situation we have here. We succeeded here. We got the special exception. He sued. We could not go to the planning board until that case is over. We originally thought we were going to use one surveyor. The surveyor then said, don't want to do it. We had to find other. Okay, so that's the delay of about a year to get that.
So why couldn't you have gone to the planning board?
Because your planning board won't take it when it's a case up in appeal. I don't have a final special exception yet.
The ZBA approved it.
But it was appealed, so it's not final. Supreme Court, Superior Court could have gone with Attorney Manzioni.
Well, then
Supreme
why-
Court
Okay,
could have,
then-
but they didn't.
Well, then why didn't the Supreme Court extend it, the time frame?
That's not their job. That wasn't, Mr. Manzioni brought the appeal. Okay? So the Supreme Court just rules on what is the issue before it. Okay? So it's not in the business of saying extra things. At least ours is not.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from?
No, thank you.
Okay. Certainly. Correct. The language of 674-33 on our, the 2-year subsection 4B reads, special exceptions authorized under this paragraph shall be valid if exercised within 2 years. If exercised is usually mean you're using it. You're doing whatever the special exception was saying you're allowed to do. This is an unusual case because it predated the town's request that people come in for special exceptions for contractor yards. We've had a couple tonight. Okay. Rather than my clients contesting, we've been here already, we don't have to do all this. They were good citizens and filed the application. Okay. They are operating their business on the ground. And it's parking, there's no storage of materials, no in and out dumps, they're not selling to people. It's basically a glorified parking lot. 300 feet away from the property line of Attorney Manzioni, downhill. So my argument is, A, they have exercised, so the 2-year is not applicable. B, if
Because they were doing
the use that was the subject of the special exception and complying with the terms of the special exception. just like we went to the planning board, which was a requirement. And we got that approval, and we did what the planning board asked as conditions of approval. For example, the trees are in, the driveway permit has been confirmed. And so they're there. It's not the zombie issue where you get this approval and you go away for 3 years. But also the language of final approval is there. And then the final clause, no such special exception shall expire within 6 months after the resolution of planning board application filed in reliance on the special exception. So the resolution happened a couple months ago. So we've actually, that was the conditional approval. We have filed and shown our compliance with the conditions. Do we have a signed plan? Yeah, I think they're waiting on you, frankly. It should have been April-ish of this year. And we got approval in June, July? So we have complied with the ZBA's provisions, and we've complied with the planning board provisions, and we're having to deal with a twisted interpretation of the wrong statute to be before you tonight. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Behind that. There's no. Somebody's raising their hand. I'm sorry, ma'am, there's no public input. Yeah, there's no public input on this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Already to the use that they get a special exception. Aren't they only exercising the special exception when they get, I know, all the final approvals they need?
Put it this way, I don't think this statute was written for our situation. So I'm not sure. You're wrong, I'm not sure you're right. I know we don't have a case on it yet. And it is one where I think we read the entirety of this statute that comes after that one and see this is the specific that controls, and there is a general rule of statutory interpretation. The specific controls the general. This is a general statute. You know, does it apply at all? I argue no, but we do have a specific one here.
So if I'm clear on this, you say this is irrelevant.
Correct.
And we should be applying it through what?
674.
674.
33.
33, okay.
Romans 4, B as in boy.
B as in boy, which is on page 2 of this one here.
Right, or page 425 of your rule book.
Good. Any other questions?
Page 2.
2 of Stevie's.
I know, any more questions for?
No.
Okay. Mr. Nixon?
Oh, do you want to open for public to hear before rebuttal?
I believe there's no public input. And maybe.
It's an appeal. He's brought an appeal of administrative decision. You'll follow your attorney's advice.
Yeah.
I would.
Okay, ma'am, you got something to say? Go ahead. Yeah.
Come up here, please, and use the mic.
My name is Maureen Kalfas, and I've lived in town since the 60s.
Ma'am,
And-
could you bring that closer to you?
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Sorry. My name is Maureen Kalfas. I live on Church Street, and I've lived in Alton since the 1960s. And approximately 45 years ago, I did administrative review hearings, and one of my decisions was appealed to federal district court. And the federal district court judge spent time going over all of the issues that everyone discussed tonight. What time did this occur? What time did that occur? Did you keep the letter that Mrs. Kalfas told you to keep all information? Did you keep the envelope so that we can document the day that this was actually sent? No, we didn't keep that. Oh, well, you know, you probably should have. After all of the testimony was presented, Judge McLaughlin said, I have to sit here and I have to make a decision on what I feel is correct. And unless these issues here were so egregious that it should overturn her decision, I will not do it. And I think, and the final thing in his decision is, I, as a federal district court judge, have to do what I believe is right, even though there may have been some questions about time frames, whether or not this was afforded to the client, but he said, I have to make a decision that I feel is correct. And I think that's what you have to do here tonight. This law says that law says that, and I sat there for days listening to this set of lawyers and that set of lawyers pick apart the entire decision, but the final decision was, do what is right.
Thank you. Attorney Nix.
Thank you very much. One of the questions that was raised was whether the special exception was needed. I'm not sure if I'm stating that correctly. It's an undisputed fact from what I hear and what I see in the record that this contractor's yard existed in 2018. In 2018, it was not an allowed use in the zone. Only after the zoning amendment was adopted and created the special exception was this use allowed by special exception. So the argument that the pre-existing use somehow vested the rights does not hold, because it was an unlawful pre-existing use. And an unlawful pre-existing use cannot create a vested right. That's basic law. Final jurisdiction, I do believe that it's pretty clear that the ZBA has jurisdiction. The ZBA adopted the language of RSA 674-33 in its zoning ordinance, and as well as the provisions in the overall planning and zoning statute, which gives the zoning board the ability to apply those statutes to applications. Final approval. The question here is, was the ZBA's approval of the special exception in 2022 a final approval? Yes, I agree with Attorney Bolt. It was a final approval. And that means the clock started running. But when you read all the statutes together, which is a statutory rule, it says that an appeal to the court does not suspend the decision of the ZBA. So yes, it was a final approval. And 677-9 says it's not suspended. This is not a tortured interpretation of the statute. What Attorney Bolt is asking you to do is, through his analysis of the enforcement patterns, he's asking you to ignore this sentence. Only look at the first sentence. Can't do that. You have to look at them separately. Fee shifting. I take that as somewhat of a veiled threat regarding my client's ability to bring this application. Not appreciated. I'll just leave it at that. There was a lot of discussion about the planning board and whether the planning board would accept the application or not. If they didn't, that's fine. There were two other ways that the applicant could have solved the problem. One easy way would be to file the application, have a copy of the application from the Alton Zoning Board of Adjustment requesting an extension of an approval. It's right there on the website. It's like I said, it's right there. You could have filed it, brought it in, told the ZBA that the application, the final approval was in court, and asked the ZBA to extend it. I can't imagine if the ZBA wouldn't have done that. I just can't imagine that. The zombie appeal, I believe, is a hey, look over here defense to get you away from really looking at the plain language. I think Attorney Manzioni did a great job of just saying, just read it. That's what it says, is it doesn't suspend the final order of the ZBA. Again, I agree with Attorney Bolt that the 2022 order was the final decision, and so the clock was running. I think the most important, or one of the most important responses is that this use was not allowed in the zone before the amendment to the zoning ordinance. Thank you. Or questions, if you, thank you.
One minor. I didn't say the decision of the ZBA was final April date that you issued it. I said it was final in the Supreme Court in May of 20, just to be.
And I apologize if I may very quickly. On page 6 of my report, and I tucked this down in footnote number 3. This is Supreme Court Rule number 7-A. An appeal to the Supreme Court does not stay an order of the lower court unless a motion to stay was filed and denied in the lower court. So in other words, the statute says that the timetable is not stayed in the lower court unless someone asked the lower court to stay it. That was never done. And the Supreme Court says it doesn't stay the underlying decision unless you've asked the lower court to do that. So Attorney Bolt's argument that the appeal to the Supreme Court automatically stayed this is not valid under the rules of the Supreme Court.
So, Attorney Nix, unless I don't know how the other board heard that, but I did not hear Attorney Bolt say that the final decision was on 2022. I heard him say, at least, and maybe I'm wrong, but I thought I heard him say the final decision was when the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court
May 13th.
Made that thing.
I stand corrected.
I believe that's what he said, and I want to just make sure that I heard exactly what I heard Attorney Bolt say, okay, which was the final decision was in May of
2024.
May 14th, 2024. Right.
So I stand corrected.
Yes, okay.
But my argument still remains is that the Supreme Court Rule 7A says an appeal to the Supreme Court does not stay what's happening below. And what's happening below is what we were talking about in this analysis.
And if I may, it makes no sense that the appeal, when it's finished, constitutes the final order, then why would the statute say the appeal doesn't suspend the decision? You know, you can only appeal the decision, so that would make that statute meaningless. Because by definition, what he's saying, it is suspended until the appeal is over, okay? It's not final till the appeal is over. This statute says the appeal doesn't suspend it. It makes no sense what he's trying to say, that it's not a final. It's also as illogical to say we were engaged in the special exception by continuing our unlawful use of the property as a contractor's yard. What he had to do is the very first act was to go to the planning board. He couldn't put a shovel in the ground to build his thing that the ZBA grant. He couldn't do anything without planning board approval. His very first act to exercise the special exception was to go to the planning board. There was nothing else he was allowed to do legally. What he did was he continued to engage in the unlawful activity he'd been doing for years, and now he wants to come in and say, oh, I was doing the special exception. No, you weren't. You weren't allowed to do the special exception until you'd gone and obtained planning board approval, which you waited too long to do because in 2 years, that thing expired and your appeal, my appeal, did not suspend it. It's that simple. Thank you.
Attorney Bolt, do you have anything more? So,
Balance. And your planning board would not have taken us until that appeal was over.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think we should go close doors and consult with our attorney. So we're gonna take a break, okay? You guys can kind of do whatever you want, go outside and get some fresh air. Okay, so we're gonna go into a non-public, um, meeting. Okay. Yes. We taking up Jones and Beach tonight?
I'm saying, you know what I was saying before. Yeah, it won't take long.
It won't take long, we'll do it. We'll do it. All right.
We'll just want to go in the other room, which is in the, like we did last time, we'll go into another room. It's gonna make sure it's unlocked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay. Shall we go? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, really? Hopefully not.
Paul, I think I stole your pen.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
This is a spoiler to announce the baseball results.
Oh, this is it here, request for extension.
Okay, really? Okay. So, we have made a decision as a board, based on new information and the arguments from both sides. We have decided that the board will continue our deliberations and obtain additional legal review, and we're going to continue the appeal to November 6th, so that we have time to review with our legal counsel this new information that was presented by both sides and new arguments. So that's our decision. And we'll see both sides on November 6th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yes.
you'll be first on the agenda.
No.
I promise, first on the agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, full board.
That's
You-
what we're gonna strive.
You will
for.
be first on the
Five
agenda.
People. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay,
Thanks, guys.
so next, under new business, board will address the application for the extension decision dated 11/2/2023 to amend approval for case number Z 2318, Gary Nadu, New Hampshire Route 11. Can I get an approval from, can I get a motion from the board to extend?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we grant an extension. What is the extension asked for, 6 months? Does it say?
For how long? 6 months, did you say?
Well, I was what I started to say, and then I was looking to see if.
2 years.
Okay.
Can we grant a 2-year extension?
How long do you want to make the extension for?
And is two necessary? Full two?
What do you think, guys?
What if we granted a year with the right to come back at that point if it's still necessary, ask for another year?
1 year?
1 year?
Okay.
That should be the
Okay.
easiest way.
Would you make that proposal, that motion, Tim?
We grant an extension of 1 year in the special exception dated 11/2/23 in case C 2318.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, you got it.
And
Sorry
I
to
was
keep you
just-
this long.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I should amend my motion to say that we would be willing to grant another 1-year exception should that become necessary.
Okay, I second that amended motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so you got 1 year, and you may have to get another year, okay? Okay,
All right, so we got, what, minutes, September?
just
14th?
minutes.
Who said we're not?
Yeah.
Me too.
Okay, so we got approval for the ZBA minutes for September 4th.
I have a proposal to meet to you guys. We have not done a final approval of the August minutes because we have a new minute taker and they were 18 pages. And the September minutes are pretty lengthy as well. And because of scheduling, we haven't been able to meet with her, but Robin and I and Jesse will meet with the minute taker to clarify some of the formatting issues too.
You want to do the approval for August, September?
I thought maybe if we could set off approving those and let us sit with her and review what we're doing. We're having an AI program that's automatically doing. Minutes, and it needs some editing.
Continue the approval of the September 4th, 2005 minutes until the November meeting.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll take, is there any correspondence?
You want me to find some?
No, that's quite all right.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Correspondence.
Okay, no correspondence. Thank you.
Thank you
Okay,
very much. I'd
will
like to make a
entertain-
motion for adjournment. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Jesus, 10:35. Thank you very much, everyone. Holy moly.
Aye. I told them, I said, should be a short meeting tonight.